a huge game in Miami. It's a battle of the Vegases, Ox Vegas versus Las Vegas. The Rebels come into town, and it feels like probably the biggest home game since last year against UC.
Definitely.
Some could argue maybe that OU game that we had later in the season, but this one feels big. A lot of students going to be at this football game, and it feels like a football school this week. The vibes feel good going off of this, little off week that they had. Team's well rested, and this Red Hawk team's looking for a huge victory and start off the home season kind of perfect. A UNLV win would do just that for Chuck Martin's team.
Absolutely. It's always brutal when you have to go on the road to start your first couple games, especially against two power conference teams. But getting a really great game against arguably one of the five best group of five teams in the entire country, that's a huge chance to make a real statement here in Ox Vegas.
Absolutely. And I mean, this UNLV team, like you were saying, one of the better group of five teams, 3-0 has looked pretty solid in all three of those victories as well. So if Miami can even just keep this game close going into the fourth quarter, have a chance to win this one, the amount of momentum that can do as we head closer into the MAC season can just do wonders. I still have a lot of confidence in this Miami team. Obviously 0-2 start, but you played two tough road games,
Yeah.
one being in a night game in Wisconsin. Doesn't get much tougher than that. An opening weekend. And then you go to Rutgers. It's raining, weather's not great, and you just kind of lose it in the second half, run out of steam. But in both games, they've showed flashes. You've seen that this team can win those games. You've seen that they can compete with some of the best in college football, and you see where the talent is on both sides of the ball. So this one, I'm excited. Got that off week, got to rest, regroup, kind of look at things in a little different perspective. And now Daquan Finn and that offense, they have a lot on their plate, but I'm excited to see what Daquan Finn can do.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Finn is going to be the catalyst here. I mean, just starting with this offense. I mean, he's thrown multiple interceptions. Hasn't really offense just hasn't looked like particularly consistent in their first couple games. Only 8.5 points per game and no passing touchdowns yet. Obviously, we know he's capable of being, but he just needs to demonstrate that today.
Percent. It's a little different than last year's offense. You had three great receivers on that offense that you could just look to at all times. When the offense wasn't moving too well, you could go to any of those three receivers and give them the ball, and they were going to make a play. This year, it feels a little bit different. You don't know exactly what you have yet, but you do know that Keith Reynolds has shown some explosiveness so far in this early season. Only 2 games in, he's shown some flashes, and honestly, this week I think he's capable of making a game-changing play. UNLV's secondary gives too much cushion. Keith Reynolds can blow right by him, or make a big play and in some space. So I look at that, and that's kind of something I look at. Establishing that run game early is obviously super important, but
Definitely.
getting this pass game going, it feels like it hasn't been existent so far in the season. I mean, it's not even there really right now as we speak. So if they can get that going, that'd just do wonders. But it all starts with the run game. Daquan Finn's legs are super important in this ball game as they will be all season, really.
No, absolutely. And I mean, you could tell that offensive line has given them some serious issues. And obviously, when you have all new starters, it can take a little while to gel. It's not that is a much easier task said than done to ask a whole bunch of new faces, both guys who are in the program, but also several transfers to come in and make immediate contributions, especially all guys who really haven't played a whole lot of football. That's a tough ask, especially against some very aggressive defenses that were really pinning their ears back, especially when Miami was down. That was a tough ask, and Daquan Finn was running for his life. So I mean, if Miami can win this game, it'll be because the offensive line was stood up to the task against a very talented front seven in UNLV.
Defensive line, like you're saying, struggled so far in the season. But you're also playing two Big Ten schools. At the end of the day, that's going to be a tough ask for any MAC school, no matter where you put it. I mean, we saw Toledo, they struggled against Kentucky with their front seven, couldn't really compete late in the fourth quarter. You see that stuff happen when MAC schools head into, tough environments, bigger schools, SEC, Big Ten, whatever that may be.
Yeah,
So I'm totally not out of this offensive line yet. I know it's a really new offensive line, a lot really young, maybe a little bit on the smaller end too, but I think these
Yeah.
guys are gritty, and I think this week's a huge opportunity for that offensive line to step up and make a huge difference in this ball game because if DeQuan Finn's got any time back there to really get through his progressions or even get out of the pocket and make a play, I think that can do wonders for this Miami team, really.
Agreed. Yeah, it's just going to be about how much time he gets because we know what he's capable of, what he's given time. It's just a matter of can he get the time.
100%. So we'll talk about that Miami defense a little bit as well. Struggling, especially against the run so far, Sean. That defense
Uh,
has
Absolutely.
the run game, run defense has not been great. It's given up a lot of big runs, but they've gotten some sacks. That's one thing you notice if you've watched any of these first two Miami games is they've been able to get in the backfield and make some
Yeah.
key plays in the backfield. So that's important. That's something you can't just push this side and really ignore, obviously, because it's hard to get in any backfield in college football, let alone a Wisconsin backfield and a Rutgers
Yeah.
backfield. So
No, absolutely. No, you're completely right. That's a tough ask. Um, Especially there's some explosive guys on the other end, but they're certainly need to be up to the task to keep this game close.
100%. I mean, I have it circled here. If Miami's run defense can step up in this game, it'll be closer 4 quarters. No doubt
Hmm.
about it. No doubt in my mind. If this run defense is really stingy and stays in this ball game and makes some big impact stops, whether it's a third and short, make some punt, anything like that, maybe even a turnover on downs. If they can make a big stop with the run game, I think that will do wonders as we head later into the game.
No, absolutely. And it's just I feel so bad for this defense in the sense that they're replacing multiple program legends. I mean, Matt Salopek, I mean, one of the best defensive players in program history. Ty Wise also. That linebacker duo was probably the best in program history. But then you also had on the defensive line, you had multiple massive contributors, Corey Tuttle, Bryan, who's not here anymore either. So that was, yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask to completely replace that production. But it's going to have to start to come eventually, that replacement, because right now it just hasn't been up to snuff against two very quality opponents, but nevertheless still tough ask.
So run defense needs to step up. We've seen that we can get some, pressure in the backfield and passing plays. Obviously, we've seen some sacks from the Miami front, and that's important. Something to keep an eye out on for this weekend in Oxford. If Miami can get some big sacks, big tackle for losses, uh, another huge thing that this defense could add to this ballgame.
Absolutely. No, you're completely right.
But if there's one thing
Good afternoon and welcome to a RedHawk Radio presentation of Miami football here on RedHawk Radio. Today we've got a good one, the home opener between the Miami RedHawks and the UNLV Rebels. My name is Andrew Relvas. Thank you so much for tuning in and spending your afternoon with us. We're about 25 minutes until kickoff here at Yager Stadium as fans start to pile in here in what should be an exciting matchup between two teams that have never played each other before. This is the first ever matchup between Miami and UNLV, and I will break down these teams right now. First of all, for Miami, they come off a loss to Rutgers in their last game about 2 weeks ago in Piscataway, New Jersey. They lost 45-17 to Rutgers, the Scarlet Knights, on the road. In that game, Daquan Finn threw for 251 yards and interception and had 85 yards on the ground, including a touchdown. In the running attack, Deshaunte Jones was the leading back behind Daquan Finn, 5 carries for 19 yards. Keith Reynolds, 7 receptions for 120 yards, and Cam Perro, another receiver over the 100-yard mark, with 4 receptions for 108. Defensively, it was Jackson Kuwach leading the tackling with 11 total tackles, 4 solo and a sack along with a TFL. Eli Blakey was good as well with double-digit tackles and 10, and Caleb Martin had 7 along with 6 solo in that contest. Dom Jobin was perfect, 1 for 1, a field goal from 40, 2 for 2 from extra points, and Pierre Stanton, the Miami punter, punted it 4 times for 172 yards and 43 on average. Miami defensively gave up 421 yards to a really good Rutgers team who is now 4-0. They beat Iowa last night, and they gained 368 yards against a Big Ten defense. So the fact that they got that many yards against a Big Ten defense is certainly a good sign, but it was the one turnover that eventually was a wrench in the side for these RedHawks. I said the Rutgers Scarlet Knights were 4-0. They're 3-1 after falling to Iowa last night by 10, but still Rutgers a very good team, a very sneaky team in the Big Ten that they should create some problems in that conference. Meanwhile, for the UNLV Rebels, they come in with a record of 3-0, and in their last game, they beat the UCLA Bruins 2 weeks ago at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. It was a 7-point win for the Rebels, 30-23 over the Bruins. In that game, Anthony Calandria threw for 203 yards, 3 touchdowns, 11 carries, and 59 yards. He was good with the arm and good with the leg. And the leading back for the Rebels, it was Jaden Thomas, one of the returners on this UNLV offense, 13 carries for 61 yards. In the receiving game, 3 different receivers caught touchdowns from Calandria. It was Varkey's Gums, 3 receptions for 40 yards and a touchdown. Troy O'Meara, 2 receptions for 33 yards. Nick Elksnis with 2 receptions for 32 yards and a touchdown. So it was Gums, O'Meara, and Elksnis all catching touchdowns in that game against UCLA. The top tackler was Jack Pope with 11. Andrew Powdrell had 9, and Marcel McDuffie, another returner on this UNLV team, 7 total tackles in that contest. Ramon Villela was perfect in terms of kicking, 1 for 1, a field goal from 50, and he was 3 for 3 from extra points. Cameron Brown, the UNLV punter, only punted it 3 times for 122 yards, and it was about 41 on average. UNLV offensively, they're good this year. They put up 351 yards, and they gave up 428 to UCLA. So their offense is good. They can certainly put up points, but their defense has been kind of up and down, especially at the beginning of the season. They forced 2 turnovers on Nico Iamaleava and the UCLA Bruins, however, in that contest. Stat leaders for the RedHawks and the Rebels. First of all, for Miami, it's Daquan Finn leading the charge, the lone QB. He's 23 for 41, 334 yards to 3 interceptions, searching for his first passing touchdown. We could see it this week against UNLV. On the ground, he's good, 23 carries for 98 yards. We knew he would be a lead back with uber speed. 98 yards and a touchdown, the leading rusher on this Miami offense. Right behind them, Kenny Tracy, 12 carries for 28, the veteran running back, and Deshaunte Jones, 5 carries for 19 yards and a touchdown. Those are your leading rushers for the red and white. Turning it over to the receiving game, it is a two-headed monster, Keith Reynolds and Cam Perry. Reynolds leading the receiving charge, 7 receptions for 120 yards. Cam Perry for Miami, 4 receptions for 108 yards. And Cole Weaver is the third receiver, 4 receptions for 44 yards in this young season. The top tacklers defensively for Miami, it's Eli Blakey, the veteran cornerback, 18 total tackles to 10 solo. Silas Walters, 15 total to 9 solo. A sack and an interception. He's been doing it all, that Swiss Army knife. For Chuck Martin, Jackson Kuwach, 13 total tackles to 6 solo and a sack. Corbin Hondrew has 12 total, and Adam Trick, 12 total tackles, 8 solo, and 2 sacks, both of them at Wisconsin. Dom Jobin is the top kicker for Miami, 1-for-1 field goals from 40 and 2-for-2 from extra points. Turning it over to the UNLV Rebels, it's Anthony Calandria, the top quarterback. Alex Orji is on the roster, but he's out for the season, so it'll be the Calandria show from here on out for the UNLV Rebels. Calandria 49 for 65, 647 yards to 6 touchdowns and 1 interception, along with 175 rushing yards on the ground and a touchdown. So Calandria, he's got a great arm, and he's got a good awareness of the ground game, and he can certainly escape from pressure. And we saw that especially in that UCLA game along with the Idaho State game to open up the season. The top rushers for UNLV, it is Jaden Thomas, another returner on this Rebels roster. 32 carries, 273 yards on the ground, and 4 touchdowns. He's been that bell cow back that Dan Mullen has leaned on this season, and he has been very reliant. Kevon Lee, another guy to look out for, 13 carries for 66 yards and a touchdown. In the receiving game for the Rebels, it is Jaden Bradley, another returner on this UNLV roster, 13 receptions for 262 yards and a touchdown. Varquise Gums, the tight end, another reliable option, 6 receptions for 83 yards and a touchdown. And JoJo Earl, the transfer, 6 receptions for 65 yards. Top defensive players for this UNLV team, Jack Pope leading the charge, 22 total tackles. Marcel McDuffie, a returner, 19 total tackles to 12 solo, a sack and an INT. Amaris Brown, another guy to look out for. He has already 3 interceptions on the season, and those 3 interceptions has put him well in front in the nation. He's tied for the FBS lead in interceptions right now with 3. So the RedHawks got to keep their head on a swivel here, defending against Amaris Brown, a guy who can do it all. He also has 2 sacks. Andrew Powdrell, another defensive player to look out for, 14 total tackles and 10 solo. Kicking-wise for UNLV, Ramon Villalella is 3 for 5 in field goals. His season long is 50, and he is 13 for 13 in extra points. Now let's turn it back to Miami. They're 0-2 on the season, but this is a RedHawks roster that last year made the MAC championship game before falling to Ohio 38-3. They were 5-1 at home, 3-3 on the road, and the RedHawks finally returning to the friendly confines of Yager Stadium, where they hope to get their first victory on the young season. This RedHawks team, of course, led by Daquan Finn, the Baylor transfer, former Toledo QB, who had 3 straight 2,000 passing yard seasons, a MAC MVP, along with many other MAC awards. He's making his home debut, and RedHawk fans are certainly excited to see his dual threat ability. He can do it all. He can pass. He can rush it well, but he hasn't really put it all together yet. But facing a non-Power 5 defense like UNLV, a defense that has given up a lot of points in the first 3 weeks of the season, we could finally see that MVP Daquan Finn that RedHawk fans are really hoping to see in this contest. Another key returner for this, another key addition for this Miami team, Keith Reynolds, the Washington transfer. He had 100 receiving yards last week at Rutgers, and now he will make his home debut, and we saw that speed in the last game. I think the RedHawks fans are really excited to see what that combination of Reynolds and Finn can do for Miami. Some key returners for this RedHawks roster. Kenny Tracy, a veteran running back, coming back. Good to see him returning. Cam Perry, another guy to look out for, had over 100 receiving yards in that game against Rutgers. Dom Jobin, the reliable kicker, making his return for the 6th year. Silas Walters, Eli Blakey, Corbin Hondrew, Adam Trick, and Nasir Washington. All 5 of those players have been key cogs in this Miami defense, and they're back for another year. And, of course, the RedHawks are led by Chuck Martin, coaching for his 11th year with the red and white. Turning it over to the UNLV Rebels, they are 3-0 and on a 3-game winning streak. Last year they went 11-3. They made the Mountain West Conference championship game for the 2nd year in a row before falling to Boise State 7-21. They were searching for their first conference championship game. They won the Art of Sport LA Bowl 24-13 versus Cal. And they have made a bowl game in 3 of the last 12 seasons, winning seasons in 2 of the past 3 seasons. But this is a UNLV program that is turning a corner. And with Dan Mullen leading the charge for this UNLV roster, a lot of Rebels fans have high hopes for this Rebels roster as they are closing in on 4 wins through 4 weeks. Some notable returners, it is Jaden Thomas, Jaden Bradley. Thomas, the running back in his 3rd year, had nearly 1,000 rushing yards. He was first on the team at 918 rushing yards last year with 7 touchdowns. Jaden Bradley, another reliable guy to look out for, 4th year for him. 9 receptions for 173 yards and a touchdown. And D'Angelo Irvin, the returner, making another campaign for the Rebels in his 2nd year. And finally, one key returner, Marcel McDuffie, in his 4th year. He had 46 total tackles last year. Set to be a reliable player for Dan Mullen and this UNLV roster. Some notable additions, it's Anthony Calandria, the Virginia transfer, in his 3rd year. He had over 2,000 passing yards, 13 touchdowns to 9 interceptions, and 277 rushing yards. Alex Orji, another guy to circle. He was the Michigan transfer. He played in that first game against Idaho State, but he is out for the year. He had an injury a few weeks ago, so we won't see Orji. We'll see Calandria. Got to keep an eye on him. Kevon Lee, the Mississippi State transfer, set to be a running back that can offer some depth for Jaden Thomas. Varkees Gums, the tight end from Arkansas, a pass-catching threat to look out for on this dynamic UNLV offense. JoJo Earl, the TCU transfer, and Troy O'Meara, 2 receivers. Earl from TCU and O'Meara from ASU. Both of those guys have experience playing at the Power 5 level, and they're looking to cause some problems on this RedHawks defense. Defensively, this is a brand new unit for UNLV from last year. The defense is led by Jake Pope, the Georgia transfer. He played 2 years there, and he's making his first season debut here at UNLV. He didn't play much at Georgia. He was on the reserve team, but he's playing for UNLV, and he's playing some good football for the Rebels. Amaris Brown, the USF transfer, tied for the nation lead in interceptions, set to continue his good playing skills here at Yager Stadium. We'll see what he can do. Andrew Powdrell, a experienced DB from Montana State, 2nd team All-Big Sky, coming over to UNLV. He's had a good year so far. Jaheim Joseph in his 5th year, West Virginia transfer, an experienced guy also at the Power 5 level. Another guy in the linebacking core, Justin Flo from Arizona in his 5th year. Another experienced guy, a good guy to have in your roster. 2 more guys, Tumis Adeleye, the defensive end in his 4th year from Texas State, and Jalen Lee also on the defensive line, an LSU transfer in his 5th year. Band's coming on here for Miami. We're about 15 minutes until kickoff here at Yager Stadium. The UNLV Rebels are led by Dan Mullen. In his 1st year with UNLV, he has a 3-0 perfect record for the Rebels. Of course, he's the former Mississippi State coach and Florida head coach. Dan Mullen won the SEC East in 2020 with Florida, and he's come over to UNLV, and he's brought a lot of wins so far on the early season. So we'll see what Dan Mullen can do against Chuck Martin. Should be an exciting matchup here in Yager Stadium. Take a look at some of the scores going on today. A packed slate on the top 25 schedule here on Saturday. Fire through these quickly. First of all, we've got Texas Tech at Utah, number 17 versus 16 in Salt Lake City, set to go at 12. UAB at Tennessee in Knoxville, the number 15 ranked Tennessee Volunteers host the UAB Blazers. Oregon State at Oregon, an in-state affair at 3 o'clock. The number 6 ranked Oregon Ducks against the Beavers of Oregon State. Kent State, a MAC opponent, will be taking on Florida State in Tallahassee at 3:30. That'll kick off after this game. Auburn at Oklahoma. Of course, it's the return for Jackson Arnold at Norman, Oklahoma. The number 22 ranked Auburn Tigers against the number 11 Oklahoma Sooners. Tulane at Ole Miss. That'll be at 3:30. The number 13 ranked Ole Miss Rebels taking on the Tulane Green Wave. Michigan at Nebraska. Michigan ranked at number 21. Kickoff at 3:30 in Lincoln. Purdue at Notre Dame, an in-state affair as well. Purdue taking on the number 24 ranked Notre Dame Fighting Irish after falling last week to Texas A&M. Temple at Georgia Tech, the number 18 ranked Georgia Tech hosting the Temple Owls. South Carolina at Missouri. That'll kick off at 7 o'clock. The number 23 ranked Missouri Tigers host an SEC opponent in South Carolina. Florida at Miami, a huge game in the primetime spot. Florida 1-2, Miami 3-0. We'll see if Mario Cristobal's Hurricanes can continue to stay undefeated on the season so far. Illinois at Indiana, a Big Ten matchup in Bloomington, Indiana. The number 9 ranked Illinois go on the road to face the Indiana Hoosiers at 7:30. Couple more games on the slate. Georgia State at Vanderbilt. That'll kick off at 7:30. The number 20 ranked Vanderbilt Commodores take on Georgia State. Southeast Louisiana against LSU. Sam Houston against Texas. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock. Michigan State taking on USC to end out the slate. The number 25 ranked USC Trojans take on the Michigan State Spartans at 11 o'clock. Now let's turn over to the MAC games on the schedule. Bowling Green at Bowling Green at Louisville. That'll kick off at 12 o'clock. Wagner at Central Michigan. Kent State going to Florida State. That'll be at 3:30. Ball State at UConn. UConn hosting the Ball State Cardinals at 3:30. Louisville at Eastern Michigan, a 3:30 game. Eastern Michigan trying to get their first win on the season. Troy going to Buffalo to take on the Bulls. That'll be at 3:30 as well. Toledo at Western Michigan, a MAC matchup. The Toledo Rockets against the Western Michigan Broncos after this game. Couple more games. Gardner-Webb at Ohio at Peden Stadium. We'll see if the Bobcats can get their second win on the season. NIU at Mississippi State. We'll see if the Huskies can pull off a SEC upset. And finally, Duquesne at Akron to round out the MAC slate at 6 o'clock. We'll pause for the national anthem, and we'll go through the keys to the game in a moment. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Stay with us. Welcome back to a Red Hawk Radio presentation of Miami football. Quickly, we'll fire off the keys to the game for Miami. Number one, the Red Hawks defensively, they've got to be ready. This UNLV offense has scored 30-plus points in 3 straight games, so the red and white will have to be ready to attack this offense. Offensively, Miami, they've got to be consistent. We saw a little bit of a flash in that Rutgers game where they got over 300 yards. They've got to be consistent, but a good notion, this UNLV defense has given up 555 yards to UCLA and 395 in the air to Idaho State. So if Miami can get it going offensively early, they could be in for a good game, especially since this defense for UNLV has kind of struggled, especially against some lower opponents like Idaho State. UNLV defensively, it's boom or bust for that team. They're tied for second in the FBS in interceptions. Amaris Brown is tied for the FBS lead in interceptions with 3, but they give up a lot of yards. So they've really been able to win a lot of games with the takeaways. They've been able to generate a lot of turnovers in some key moments. If Miami can take advantage of this defense, if they can establish the rushing attack early, especially with the dual threat ability of DeQuan Finn, if we can see that on display here, I think the Redhawks could be in for a good game against UNLV, but they've got to avoid the turnovers. I mean, DeQuan Finn already has 3 interceptions on the year, so they need to be careful of the takeaways, and we'll see if they can avoid that. Despite an 0-2 start for Miami, it's not over. Miami was 0-3 last year, but they made the MAC championship game going 9-4. Expect to see a more solid group, especially on the offense this game. Couple more things. Let's see if the duo of Perry and Reynolds can repeat their fire from last week. Each had over 100 receiving yards. UNLV's defense has given up a lot of yards to a lot of different teams, but both Perry and Reynolds got over 100 receiving yards in that Rutgers game. If we can get another performance like that, Miami certainly could be in a good spot against this UNLV defense. And lastly, can this defense shut down UNLV's explosive offense? They gave up 17 to Wisconsin, 45 to Rutgers. It's hard to say, but takeaways will be big. We'll see if Blakey, Hondrew, Walters, and Trick all can generate turnovers. That's going to be the names of the game. Lastly, one more nugget. UNLV is 0-12 in the Eastern time zone. This will be on the Eastern time zone. So if that trend stays true, the Redhawks should win, but of course, you got to play the games. So we will see if that stays true. Anyways, we will turn over to Luke and Bryan in a moment here at Yager Stadium as the red and white have entered the field for the first time on the 2025 season. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'll catch you at the half. My name is Andrew Relvas. We'll take a break and hand it over to Luke and Bryan when we return. You're listening to Red Hawk Radio's presentation of Miami football.
It is a premier Group of 5 matchup for the home opener for the Miami RedHawks in 2025. Dan Mullen's UNLV squad, fresh off a win over the UCLA Bruins at the Rose Bowl a couple weeks ago, head into Oxford to lock horns with the RedHawks in the first game of a home-and-home series that'll be wrapped up in a few years. Week off for the RedHawks last week alongside Bryan Miller. I'm Luke West Poley. And Bryan, again, not a bad effort for the RedHawks, especially in the first 3 quarters against the Scarlet Knights in Piscataway a couple weeks ago, but a game that got away from them a little bit late. They turned the ball over in a few key situations. They had a big play called back by penalty at a crucial point later on in that match against Rutgers, but it has been like this for the past couple years for Miami. A slow start against some big, bad Big Ten teams, and this is around the point in the season where we usually see Chuck Martin's team start to turn it on.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like a turnaround type of game for the RedHawks today, especially in front of the home crowd. A very good attendance for Miami today. Should be a very, very good game between the RedHawks and the Rebels. Luke, these two teams are combined 40 and 16 the past 2 seasons, and each of them have made the conference championship game in back-to-back years. Each of these teams hoping to do it again in maybe the best G5 game of the week.
UNLV under a new head coach, and it is a familiar face to college football fans. Former Mississippi State and Florida head man Dan Mullen in his first year, and he made quite a splash in the portal with this UNLV squad. They've got 4 and 5 stars across the board, and we'll talk about a lot of them as this game goes along. The Miami RedHawks are in the white helmets with red tops and white bottoms. UNLV with gray helmets and pants, and they have white jerseys on here out east. Kickoff goes from right to left as Miami receives it, and we are underway. It is received at the 3-yard line and run out by Keith Reynolds to about the 15, but he is driven down after a pretty short return. Through the first 2 games, we had not seen the RedHawks return a kickoff. That's the first time, and now they start 8 yards behind a touchback at their own 17-yard line, and out comes Daquan Finn and the Miami offense.
And last game, Luke, the Miami offense averaged 8.4 yards per play. Pretty good, especially compared to Rutgers. Only had 5.5.
Finn operates out of the single back with Kenny Tracy, Miami's top back, behind him. There's a flinch up front for UNLV, and this might give the RedHawks a head start as we hear from our referee, Andrew Special, for the first time. It's an offside on Lucas Conti, interior lineman from Corona, California for the Rebels, and this has been a massive issue for UNLV this year. They're near the tops in the country in penalty yardage, and it's a lot of that procedural stuff, as Dan Mullen highlighted in his presser earlier this week. So 1st and 5 for the RedHawks from the 22. Finn takes the snap. It's a play fake. Looking deep down the far side. He's got a man wide open, and it's brought in by Cam Perry. Tight roping up the sideline. He sticks his foot in the ground and heads across the 40 into UNLV territory. Dragged down as he cuts back inside the numbers at the 38-yard line. A late flag comes in from the near side judge all the way across from where that play happened. There were no players in the area, as the RedHawks get it out to the 39-yard line of UNLV. That play officially goes for 39 yards, but we'll check on this penalty.
You saw the Miami offense trying to hurry it up a little bit as well. Typically don't see that from a Chuck Martin squad. We'll see what the penalty is here.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Miami, number 8. 15
It's an unsportsmanlike conduct on Cam Perry, who was the receiver of that pass. And again, that was called by the near side official, who was all the way across on the opposite sideline. So must have seen something pretty egregious from Perry on the far side. But that backs Miami up all the way back into their own side of the field and wipes away about half of that gain. 1st and 10 RedHawks, clock moving once again. 30 seconds in on Miami's opening drive. And the ball's on the left hash of their own 46-yard line. 2 receivers wide to the right for Finn. 1 receiver tight to the line left. Kenny Tracy is the back. Finn takes the snap and fakes the handoff. Designed roll right. Tried to check it down and just missed his man. Reynolds was out in the flat. And that was not close on that throw for Daquan Finn. His first incompletion, and it's 2nd and 10 for the RedHawks.
It looked like that was going to be a good play there for Keith Reynolds. Would love to get the ball to him, especially with open space. A little bit of a miss there for Daquan Finn.
Finn 2 weeks ago against Rutgers had a much better game than his RedHawk debut, 14 for 23 for 251 yards. Still looking for his first touchdown through the air as a RedHawk, but had his first rushing TD against the Scarlet Knights. 2 receivers either side. Now Reynolds motions left to right. Finn takes the snap, fakes the run, holds onto it himself. Still looking downfield. Now he tucks and runs, squirts through 2 tacklers and angles to the right side. He is pushed out of bounds after a nice-sized pickup near the sticks. And they give him the first down. Exactly 10 available for Daquan Finn there. And the RedHawks move the chains.
That's the type of element that Daquan Finn can bring you. Had 96 rushing yards against Rutgers, has 132 of them on the season. Can make something out of nothing, just as he did on that last play.
Actually, officially, they'll give him 11, so it's 1st and 10 Miami from the UNLV 43. Shotgun for Finn. 2 receivers split out left, 2 to the right, much tighter. Finn takes the snap, pressure up the middle, checks it down. It is hauled in by Tracy. He's blasted. The ball pops out late, but he was already down and jumped on it anyway. That goes for a 1-yard loss, as Tracy's just lucky he held on to the football. And it's 2nd and 11 as Miami finds themselves behind the chains.
Another screen attempt there for the Miami offense. A really good tackle there by Jaheim Joseph. Would have been a solid gain for the RedHawks without that tackle.
West Virginia transfer, one of many coming from the Power 4 ranks for this UNLV team. Finn out of the gun. Tight end stacked tight to the line left. He takes the snap. He wasn't suspecting it, but he brings it in, fakes the run, now chucks it downfield, and nobody in the area as the ball flies to the sideline. That was in the direction of Deion Colsey, who was triple covered. You got an inexperienced center up front in redshirt freshman Chris Manu for the RedHawks, and Daquan Finn was not ready for that pass. He's lucky it took a fortuitous deflection off his face mask and right into his hands. But now the RedHawks have it 3rd and 11 on the UNLV 44-yard line as we've crossed the 2-minute mark of the opening quarter. RedHawks 3 for 8 on 3rd down against the Scarlet Knights. Finn claps, and now flags fly in, and we've got a penalty. And the RedHawks are backing up. Well, UNLV had an early penalty, but since then the RedHawks have crippled this drive with a couple of tough flags. It's a false start on Miami, and it backs them up now close to midfield. Still on the UNLV side, 1 yard past the halfway line. 3-man front for the Rebels. Finn claps, and a jump up front for UNLV on the right side of the line. It was Chief Borders that crossed the line, and we'll see if he was offside. Indeed he was. Unprovoked, he came in, and as you're taught, Eric Smith, the left tackle for Miami, flinched as a reaction to the end coming across the line for UNLV, so that negates the false start for the RedHawks. They're back at 3rd and 11 from the Rebel 44.
Right back to where we were.
2 receivers tight to the right, 2 wide to the left, and the same thing happens on the far side, but this might have been Smith moving first.
Certainly appeared that way.
It's a false start against Eric Smith. Both of these teams have started off their seasons with some Power 4s on the schedule. Loud stadiums, maybe a little bit easier to not take those procedural penalties you'd think here, but that hasn't been the case. So now 3rd and 16, Finn takes the snap, has time, now flushed out to the left. Finn rolling, still going, and he chucks it high in the air to the sideline on the left side, incomplete. And penalties doom the drive as Miami brings out the punt team.
Yes, very promising start there for the RedHawks. Big gain to Cam Perry, but even a penalty on that play. The unsportsmanlike conduct penalty has been a big issue for each of these squads. Last week for the RedHawks, 10 penalties for 94 yards, and not a great start here today.
So the RedHawks bring out Pierce Stainton. D'Angelo Irvin is back deep at his own 10-yard line for UNLV. High end-over-end kick for Stainton fluttering towards the sideline. It takes a UNLV hop at the 14-yard line, and Corbin Hondrew touches it up for Miami at the 16 of the Rebels, and that is where UNLV is set to start their first offensive drive when we come back. 12:38 to go, opening quarter, and we've got no score from a pretty crowded Yager Stadium on a picturesque Saturday afternoon from Oxford. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Back in a moment. .12:38 to go, opening quarter, and Miami gets to the UNLV half, but punts on their first drive. The Rebels are set to take over from their own 17-yard line for their first drive of the game. Miami, 12th out of 13 teams in the MAC in terms of most penalty yardage. UNLV sits 12th in the Mountain West in penalties, and we saw a lot of laundry on the field in that first drive. Chuck Martin has not exactly been friends with the men in stripes over the first couple of weeks, and he let them hear it during the timeout after a big play for the RedHawks, the biggest of the drive. Wasn't wiped away, but backtracked a little bit following an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty to Cam Perry that Chuck Martin was not happy with at all. Anyways, now UNLV comes out onto the field, and they are led by Virginia transfer Anthony Calandria. He was involved in a quarterback battle with Michigan transfer Alex Orji in the offseason. But Orji, with a season-ending injury last year, they had sort of split some reps, but it was mostly Calandria anyway to start the year, and he's out to begin the drive. He takes the snap and fakes the run, throwing it out to the far side for a catch by Tayshawn Lyons. But a good open field tackle to drag him down by Caleb Martin. The sophomore who has 10 tackles over the course of the season in the first few weeks, starting to come on as sort of that number 3 DB for Miami. It's a pickup of 4, 2nd and 6 coming up.
It's been a bit of a learning curve for Caleb Martin to start off this season, but very good open field tackle to start off the drive.
Calandria takes the snap again. He fakes the run. The ball is batted in the air and falls right in between the arms of Adam Trick. Incomplete. Well, somebody on Miami's defensive front got up to that and knocked that ball away. That was Josh Lacuza for the RedHawks that batted that ball up in the air, and then Adam Trick kind of tripped on Anthony Calandria, and it fell down harmlessly, incomplete. But goodness gracious, that could have been a detrimental turnover for a UNLV team that's done a good job of taking care of the ball to date. Discombobulation up front for Miami. They've got 5 on the line. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right for Calandria. Takes the snap, line being pushed back, throws over the middle on a crosser, pass is complete near the sticks, and a dive forward by Jaden Bradley for a first down. Bradley, who had just 1 catch for 6 yards in the game against UCLA, but had 120-plus yards in each of their first 2 games. He moves the chains there.
Yeah, Bradley, the leading receiver for the Rebels so far this season, able to find the open spot in the defense just enough to get the first down.
Pretty quick move, and now a pitch forward to JoJo Earl on the motion, and he angles through the right side and has room to run across the 40-yard line and slips through to about the 44-yard line. Some trickery there as Anthony Calandria looked as if he would hand that off to his right, but then shoveled it forward. I believe that's a forward pass for Calandria statistically, but that's a big play for JoJo Earl, the TCU transfer.
A very good misdirection there from Dan Mullen, always known for a few tricks up his sleeve. A big gain there for the Rebels.
From the 47 on UNLV's side, Calandria with a quick pitch and catch by Dejon Reynolds. He is fought out of bounds by a couple of RedHawks. And Reynolds heads out of bounds. Former Florida Gator with his head coach at Dan Mullen down in the Swamp. He spent the last couple years at Pitt. Pickup of 5. UNLV's into plus territory in the RedHawk 48.
Yeah, that was another quick hitter towards the outside of the numbers. Rutgers hammered the Miami defense with those types of passes last week as well.
First time we see UNLV go 5 wide, 3 left, 2 right. Calandria takes the snap, he throws to the far side, it's intercepted. Corbin Hondrew stumbling inside the 35, and he is upended at the 32-yard line. Corbin Hondrew just jumped that far side route. And again, this UNLV team that barely turns the ball over. Just their 2nd interception of the year, and it sets Miami up from the 29 for their 2nd offensive drive of the game.
And once again, UNLV trying to go outside of the numbers, but Hondrew was right there. It was a pretty easy pick for him, honestly. I don't think Calandria really saw him. An easy pick for Hondrew, and Miami in great field position.
Well, he led the team last year with 3 interceptions. A ball hawk type of linebacker from the Pittsburgh area. Corbin Hondrew, the redshirt senior, part of an anchor for Miami's veteran-led defense. Offense back on the field, ball on the left hash. Finn working out of the gun, tight end motions from left to right. Finn fakes the run, sets his feet, throws to the far side, and wide open, Kenny Tracy brings it in, and he walks into the end zone for a Miami touchdown. Chuck Martin called him a multi-tool. Kenny Tracy is a threat through the air, but being that wide open, really anybody could have made that play.
Yeah.
Great misdirection by DeQuan Finn. He's got his first touchdown pass as a Red Hawk in game number 3. And with 10:15 to play in the first quarter, Miami leaps in front.
And Luka is very similar to the first play from scrimmage for Miami. Some misdirection going across the field. Wide open touchdown for the Red Hawks, and this game has completely turned around.
Tom Jobin on for the PAT. Hold good, and he drives it right down Broadway, and the Red Hawks are in front. It takes Miami just 1 play following the interception to punch it into the end zone. And that's that complimentary football that it really felt like Miami lacked in the first couple weeks of the season. Even when they gave themselves an opportunity, they were unable to pounce. It happens this time around. The drive goes 1 play for DeQuan Finn. And he hooks up with Kenny Tracy for the catch, and the RedHawks lead it 7-0 with 4:45 gone by in the opening quarter. 39-yard pass for DeQuan Finn. And it was those big plays in the game against Rutgers that we finally saw, Bryan, from DeQuan Finn a little bit. Everybody knows him as a runner. He's a very athletic quarterback. Red Hawk fans used to that as he terrorized the MAC for many years at Toledo. But that deep ball ability was on display last week, and again, a couple of big hitters in just the opening minutes of the game for the RedHawks today.
Yeah, we certainly saw flashes a couple weeks ago at Rutgers, especially from Cam Perry and Keith Reynolds. And that momentum is really continuing today against UNLV, against a defense that is very susceptible to explosive plays. The Red Hawk offense really can't ask for a better start outside of the penalties. It really feels like, Luke, if they just get out of their own way, they're going to have a very, very good day today.
It's been a pretty slow start to the season for Kenny Tracy, who the Redhawks expected big things from. Of course, mentioned in the Wisconsin game, he was slated to be Miami's RB1 last year. He tore his ACL on the first day of camp, but has been very steadfast in his recovery efforts and rehabilitation. And there was no doubt when he stayed with the Redhawks for his 6th season that he would be the guy. On the season, just 12 carries for 28 yards. Over half of those yards on the ground came from just a couple of carries, one in each of the Redhawks' first 2 games. But if you've been a Miami fan for a few years, you might remember Kevin Davis, who was sort of the Swiss Army knife type of guy out of the Miami backfield that could catch passes, that could line up in the slot. Even though he's the RB1, we will certainly see Kenny Tracy targeted a lot through the air if the Redhawk offense is successful the rest of this year.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something Chuck Martin has talked about time and time again with Kenny Tracy. Is certainly a dual threat from the running back position. Obviously, we know he can run it, but he can catch it as well. He has 100-plus receiving yards twice already in his career, and off to a great start today.
Jalen Glover back deep to return the kickoff for the Rebels. A near turnover and then a pick for Anthony Calandria. Just his 2nd interception of the year. This UNLV team has killed their opponents with turnover margin. They've been one of the best teams in the country in that department. They're tops in the Mountain West. But back to the drawing board for drive number 2 for Dan Mullen and the Rebs. Miami's most valuable walk-on from a season ago, Kellen McLaughlin, the kickoff specialist, puts his right foot into the ball. An end-over-end kick is fair caught in the end zone by Jalen Glover, the Utah transfer. And UNLV set up with a bit better field position this time around as Anthony Calandria and crew come out at the 25-yard line. 10:15 remaining, opening quarter, and Miami leads it 7-0. Again, these teams have had so much success. UNLV's coming off a win over UCLA, their first in school history. Considered by many as a sleeping giant of the group of 5. They might be the new Boise State. If you've remembered how dominant the Broncos were in the early 2000s and 2010s, and even making the playoff last year. 4 conference championship appearances for each of these 2 teams the last 2 years. Calandria on first down out of the gun. He fakes the run and pulls, heading towards the right side. He hurdles over a Redhawks safety, and he's shoved out of bounds from behind by Eli Blakey in the secondary, just shy of midfield. That was Caleb Martin that went low, and Calandria leaped right over him. And how about that? He's got 237 yards on the ground this year, and you can see the athleticism from the former 2-year Virginia Cavalier.
Man, Anthony Calandria, I was not familiar with your game. What an absolute hurdle there. His rushing attempts has certainly increased so far this season. Very, very capable of runs like that.
Calandria drops back and throws to the far side. Pass complete near the sticks. That is Troy Omire, the Arizona State transfer, made the playoff with the Sun Devs last year. Caleb Martin forced him out after an 8-yard gain. 2nd and 2 coming up from the Red Hawk 46-yard line. Rebels turn it right to left. 2 receivers wide to the left, 1 to the right for Anthony Calandria. His toes are on midfield. Red Hawks bring pressure, and Calandria checks it down to the right side. Kayvon Lee lowers his shoulder and bangs across the line to gain further into Red Hawk territory to the 43-yard line. Caleb Martin forced him down, and the Mississippi State transfer moves the chains for UNLV. 9 minutes to play, opening quarter, as the Rebels try to answer to a 7-0 Miami lead. UNLV led for pretty much the entire game last week against UCLA, who had a big second half and nearly came back. Snap to Calandria. He pitches it out to the right. Redhawks get back there, and Lee is shoved out of bounds, shy of the line of scrimmage.
Good stop there by the Miami defense. The UNLV team that could certainly run the ball pretty well. So good stop there. Love seeing the RedHawks defense get them in a second and long situation.
Devin Bell made the stop after a 1-yard loss. Second down and 11 for the Rebels from the RedHawk 44-yard line. Ball on the right hash. Calandria motions Lee out to the left, takes the snap, looking right, pocket collapsing, and he's tripped up. Calandria collapses backwards, and it's a sack for the RedHawk defense. Oscar McWood comes in to get to the quarterback on a parted pocket. It's a 6-yard loss back to midfield for UNLV. 3rd down and 17 coming up.
And just as this Rebel offense was starting to get some momentum, starting to move the chains, a couple of big plays from the RedHawk defense. Got to get a stop here on 3rd and long.
Calandria takes the shotgun snap. Again, pocket collapsing. He checks it down. It's off the fingertips of Lee and incomplete. The RedHawks were there. It was McWood again that was set to blast Lee if he caught that football, but it just grazes off his gloves and falls to the turf. An incompletion. They reset the clock to 7:33 to go in the first quarter. Miami leads at 7-0, and now we see UNLV bring out the punt team for the first time in the freshman Aussie Cam Brown. Second Aussie to ever punt at UNLV. These guys are taking over college football in the punting game. High snap. He handles it and sends a rainbowing kick that flies inside the 10-yard line. Lionel Billups-Williams waves his arm in the air and makes the fair catch at the 9 for the RedHawks. And that's where Daquan Finn is set to start for Miami. Well, they got it pretty easy last time out for this RedHawk offense, but man, defensively, this is a breath of fresh air after what you saw the first couple weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to the Miami defensive line on that last drive. Really took it over those last few plays and halted all the momentum that UNLV was building. See if the offense can get it done once again here.
And so far, 2 for 5 through the air for 38 yards. Also got a rush of 11. We get another flinch up front with the RedHawks lined up out of the gun. And RedHawks are pointing that this is not their penalty.
Yeah, it looked like a UNLV defensive lineman jumped off sides.
Well, that first drive was crippled by RedHawk penalties, but UNLV fans have got to be banging their head against the wall. I don't know when the last time was I've seen this many offside penalties in the first half of a quarter.
Yeah, it's like the second or third time we've seen it already.
Tracy's the back to Finn's right. He gets the carry and goes straight ahead. Cohen Fuller met him immediately, but he does push forward for about a yard. Fuller, the Coastal Carolina transfer, who started his college career at an NAIA program in Iowa before going the JUCO route. He's at a second FBS school. They give Tracy a gain of 2. 2nd down and 3 coming up as we hit 7 minutes to go in the first. Miami up a touchdown.
And you'd really love to see the RedHawks get more yards from their running backs. Came into today's game, which has 53 total rushing yards from their RBs.
Trio to the right, one tight to the left for the RedHawks. Tracy still the back. Finn gets the snap on the third clap. Pressure coming off the edge. He steps up and throws deep down the near side, and it is brought in into UNLV territory by Deion Colsey. He's knocked down at around the 40-yard line of the Rebels. But he clean beat his man. There was safety help as well, but that was in the bucket from Daquan Finn. And it's a RedHawk first down on that catch for 44 yards.
Yeah, it looks like UNLV sent a defensive back to blitz Daquan Finn, but the O-line's able to hang in there, and an absolute dot from Daquan Finn. And another big play for this RedHawk offense.
Nobody to the short side right, 3 out to the left. Finn's got nobody in the backfield. He takes the snap, designed run to the right. Finn finds a hole, and he gets wrapped around the shoulders after a keeper. Chief Borders in on the stop for UNLV after a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 coming up as the RedHawks move it left to right.
And Finn was honestly really close from wiggling out of that tackle from Borders. Could have been an even bigger gain for Finn.
11 rushes for 96 yards and a touchdown, season high in yards on the ground for Finn a couple weeks ago against Rutgers. In stand straight up. He's got a running back to his left. That's Tracy. Now he moves him to the right. Tight end offset, left side of the line. Reynolds motions from right to left. Finn takes the snap, handoff. Tracy got a lane down the left side, steps outside the hashes, and tackled by the shoestring at the 15-yard line. Jake Pope, the last man back there for UNLV to save the touchdown. As we approach the 5-minute mark left in the first quarter, the RedHawks are into the red zone, leading at 7-0.
And we haven't seen a ton of success from Miami this season from their running back, just rushing the football. A huge gain there. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a RedHawk fan.
First and 10 from the 16. Snap goes to Tracy. He hands it to Finn, who fakes the handoff and now throws it right. And the pass is complete to the tight end, Bryan Shane, who is chipped down inside the 5-yard line. So they snap it to the running back, hand it to the quarterback. He then faked the run to Keith Reynolds, the receiver, and threw to the tight end. It's all hands on deck on the gain for the RedHawks of 13 yards. First and goal from the 3 with 4:25 and counting to go in the first.
Offensive coordinator Pat Welsh in his bag with that play. It looked like he had Cole Weaver open as well. Just well designed.
Big boys up front for Miami. Nobody out wide. Finn's in the pistol. Bryan Shane motions from left to right and now sits on his quarterback's right hip. Hand off to Tracy. He's tripped up in the backfield and goes nowhere. They mark him for about a half-yard loss. Second and goal coming up for the RedHawks.
There's a good tackle there by Kamala Kalahua from the Rebels. That probably saved a touchdown. See if Miami can punch it in here.
UNLV's got the second best red zone defense in the Mountain West. Finn takes the snap out of the gun, fakes the pitch left, throws it into the right flat, and the catch is made by Keith Reynolds, who walks into the end zone for a Miami touchdown. 7 plays, 91 yards, capped off by the 3-yard Keith Reynolds catch. That's 2 touchdown passes for Daquan Finn in the game. And with 3:25 to go in the first quarter, Miami leads it 13-0. PAT coming up.
Another well-designed play there for the Miami offense. They had a receiver going across the field, left Keith Reynolds wide open into the corner of the end zone. A walk-in tutty for him.
Dom Jobin drives the PAT through, and the RedHawks go up by 2 scores. How about this start in the home opener? The large student crowd rises to their feet, and they've heard the fight song a couple of times. We've reached a timeout on the field with 3:25 to go in the first quarter. The RedHawks 14 and the Rebels nothing, and you're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 3:25 remaining, opening quarter with our score Miami 14 and UNLV nothing. Red Hawk offense on the move, a 91-yard drive to get Miami in the end zone. Capped off by the 3-yard catch for Keith Reynolds. Taquan Finn's got his first 2 touchdown passes as a Red Hawk here this afternoon. Luke West Poley and Bryan Miller with you. During the break, they honored the 1975 MAC championship Miami football team. Went 11-1 that season, finished 12th in the AP poll. They beat Cincinnati. The only loss that year was to Michigan State early in the year. They won their 4th Tangerine Bowl in the 1960s and 1970s during a really strong run of Red Hawk football. Coached by the legendary Dick Crum.
And they honored him before the game today. He was the Cradle of Coaches Coach of the Day today.
Among some coaching royalty in the house, Chuck Martin added himself to that list, becoming Miami's wins leader last season. He's been here a while. Miami's 12th year head coach. He's the longest tenured coach in the Mid-American Conference. First year head coach on the other side, but he's been here before in some other stops as the kickoff goes from left to right. Jalen Glover brings it out for UNLV, and he is knocked down just past the 20-yard line out to the 21. Tackle was made on the play by Brock Uline for Miami. On special teams, 3:20 to play opening quarter, and things haven't been poor for Anthony Calandria by any means. He's 6 for 9 with 46 yards. One of those incompletions, a ball knocked down, but Miami's defensive front has really been up to the task.
Yeah, whether it's deflected passes, sacks, or just big-time stops on runs, they've really come up clutch so far.
On the opening play of the drive, handoff goes down the right side to Glover, and he picks up a few yards before he disappears into the pile. Utah transfers a top 50 portal running back, and this is a UNLV team that feasted on the transfer portal this year. Clock moves under 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, 2nd and 7 coming up. Calandria motions the tight end out wide to the left, takes the snap, it's a play fake, throw down the left hash is complete for a first down across the 30-yard line for Lions. Silas Walters made the stop after a 9-yard pickup, and UNLV moves the chains. It's 1st and 10.
A good play there for the Rebels. Tayshawn Lyons able to find the hole in the Miami defense, able to move the chains for UNLV.
And his first catch as a Rebel last week. Calandria fakes the run on first down and runs left around the edge. He gets into the secondary and past Michael Yarborough, and he got knocked down after he stepped out. A late flag comes in after another nice scamper for 17 yards to midfield for Calandria, and the Rebs might get more on the end of this. It's a late hit on Eli Blakey, and that moves UNLV well into Miami territory to the Red Hawk 35. Clock stop with 2:09 remaining. But the Rebels needed a drive like this to just march down the field, down 14-0.
Yeah, another strong start for UNLV offensively. Good start to their drive here, but their previous drive was halted, especially with this Miami defensive line. We'll see if they're able to do it again here.
Red Hawks show pressure. Play fake for Calandria, fakes the pass, now he runs, cuts it back inside, and he is tripped up inside the 25-yard line down to the 24. Another big keeper for Calandria, as that goes for 11 yards. He's now got 49 yards on the ground, and it's 1st and 10 for UNLV with roughly a minute and a half to play in the first.
Yeah, Calandria is really carrying this UNLV offense right now with his legs. As you mentioned, Luke, 49 yards already. Very much a threat in the rushing game.
Former freshman All-American who's got nearly 5,000 yards between his 2 stops in his career. Again, Miami shows pressure. Again, Calandria pulls in the play fake, sets his feet, throws down the far side. He airmailed his target, incomplete. Very, very good coverage on the far side by Caleb Martin for the Redhawks, and that had no chance. Calandria missed him by about 10 yards upfield to the back corner of the end zone. Silas Walters had an outside shot of maybe getting into that ball for an interception in the corner, but it flies incomplete.
It looked like he was trying to get it to Lyons again. This looked like a little bit of miscommunication between Calandria and him. Luckily for the Rebs, it ended up as an incomplete pass.
2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right. Nobody in the backfield for Calandria. Takes the snap, facing pressure. Again, he steps up, rolling out right, directing traffic. Calandria jump throws to the far side, and the pass is caught along the sideline. A tightrope catch for Jalen Glover, the running back who lined up in the slot. And we move under a minute to play, but the referee on the far side doesn't have his hat on,
Yeah,
which means
took the
maybe
hat off.
Glover came out of bounds. This would be an illegal touching. So they reverse the call after discussion. Andrew Special comes out to make the announcement. They have to put some time back on the clock here. But this moves UNLV further back. They are in field goal range at the Red Hawk 24-yard line. They're kicking into the closed end of the stadium with backwind. But you know that Dan Mullen and his first-year offensive coordinator, Corey Dennis, would love to pick this up. 3rd down and 10. The Rebels are 1 for 2 on 3rd down this afternoon. On the season, they're 42%. Red Hawk crowd getting loud. Shotgun for Calandria. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Takes the snap. Quick throw over the middle. Catch is made at the 16-yard line. Red Hawks collapsed quickly on Dejon Reynolds, but he already had the ball in his hands. Luke Evans made the tackle after a gain that gets UNLV into the red zone. They mark him down at the 12. And it's a 19-yard pickup for the Rebels for a 1st down.
3rd down was a bit of a struggle for the Red Hawks against Rutgers. Gave up 7 conversions on 10 attempts.
Calandria takes the snap, throwing end zone. Had a man wide open, but he missed his target, incomplete. Threw it out the back of the end zone. He was looking for Lyons, I believe, there in the back corner. And he had burned his man, but Calandria, really for the first time in this game, just missed.
Yeah, you really said it there, Luke. Just a straight up miss there for Anthony Calandria. It's the first major miss we've seen from him today.
Nobody in the backfield for Calandria, but he's a threat with his legs. 5 men on the line for Miami. 2 receivers to the left, trips to the right. Calandria takes the snap, a draw play as he runs up the middle, and he is cracked down to the turf after a short pickup. Malcolm McCain in on the stop for Miami. The former 3-star recruit knocks Calandria down after a 2-yard pickup. We approach the end of the first quarter. UNLV does not have to run another play. And there are some angry coaches discussing on the UNLV sideline who let this clock run to triple zeros on the first quarter. They take the timeout to discuss this crucial 3rd down. Well, we are at the end of 15 minutes, and this is the best Miami has looked this year. The RedHawks lead it 14-0 as the teams are set to swap sides. A crucial 3rd down and 8 from the Miami 10 coming up for UNLV on the other side. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Second quarter on the way as Miami leads it 14-0. Third down and 8 coming up for UNLV, who've marched the ball down the field pretty well. They've put together some decent drives, but they turned it over once and then had to punt after putting together a couple first downs on another drive. They are flirting with the end zone for the first time. 3rd and 8 from the 10 as the teams have moved sides and the Rebels go from left to right. 3 receivers on the right. Nobody out to the left. Now a motion man. That's Jaden Bradley into the left slot. Calandria takes the snap. Pressure coming up the middle. He tucks and runs. Calandria angles left, and he's dragged down from behind. Devin Bell on the stop for Miami. It's a gain of 1, but not enough for UNLV, who brings out the field goal team.
Great bend, don't break defense there from the RedHawks. Not letting Anthony Calandria beat them with his feet. Able to get the 3rd down stop there and force a field goal attempt.
So here comes Ramon Villela, first-year starter and walk-on out of Upland, California. 3 for 5 this season. Made a career-long 50-yarder in the UCLA game. From the left hash, kicking into a headwind, but a short 26-yard attempt. Hold is clean, and the kick is through with plenty of room to spare. RedHawks put up a slot machine that said miss in every slot on the scoreboard right behind where Villela was kicking into, but he puts it through. And UNLV is on the board. Speaking of, may have been a Barry Odom thing, who's now at Purdue after departing, doing a great job with this UNLV team, and he has made a bit of a splash with the Boilermakers as well, but I don't spot the turnover slot machine on the UNLV sideline. I don't think that made the trip.
Well, I don't think they're allowed to, actually. I don't think they're allowed to bring it outside the state of Nevada.
Props?
I think that's like a gaming commission thing out in Nevada. I remember seeing something about that. So they could bring it when they're playing Nevada Reno.
Play Reno?
Yeah, but they can't bring it to any of their other games outside of Nevada. I don't know if they still have it or not, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, there you have it. Gambling's been the talk of the town in terms of the NCAA and regulations this week. That's more on the college basketball side.
Yeah.
14-18 remaining. UNLV's on the board in the second quarter. It's 14-3. Miami offense set to get the ball back after putting together a really nice 90-plus yard drive. And again, it's just difficult every year to really gauge what this team truly is, because until around week 4, week 5, every season, not only are you playing Big Ten opponents, but Chuck Martin's been known to keep the playbook closed a little bit and really start to show his hand once MAC play comes around, and the results dictate that, as Miami has won a lot of MAC games over the past few years and made back-to-back conference title appearances. But this is really the sharpest DeQuan Finn has been, and it's hard to say that's just because of the quality of opponent, because UNLV beat a Power 4 team a couple weeks ago, and they're 3-0 and projected to be one of the better teams in the G5 this year. Finn so far 6 for 9 through the air for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. First 2 touchdowns as a Red Hawk. Finn had 251 yards in the Rutgers game. That came after a less than desirable debut at Wisconsin, where Miami really just struggled to get anything going against a big, physical Big Ten team that Wisconsin always produces. Only had around 80 yards through the air in that game.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that has struck out to me, Luke, is kind of the variation in play calling from Pat Welsh and the Miami offense. Seen quite a few misdirection plays going across the field for big games, and the touchdown to Keith Reynolds to put them up 14-0. Another well-designed play. Obviously, you gotta give the credit to offense for putting them in that position, but then it allows them to have those types of plays, and it's really, really fun to watch as a Red Hawk fan.
Last time DeQuan Finn played on this field was a couple years ago in sort of his legacy game of the MAC Player of the Year season. Came in as a heavyweight. It was a nationally televised game between Toledo and Miami. Brett Gabbert went down early in that game with a season-ending injury, but the Rockets pulled away late to win it. Kickoff goes from left to right and picked up at his own goal line by Keith Reynolds, and he is piled up on at around the 16-yard line. A lot of hats on the football for UNLV. The way that the Rebels are moving, thought the ball might have popped out there late, but two hands secure on it for Reynolds, and the Miami offense comes back out 47 seconds into the second quarter.
They haven't had any great kickoff returns here today. Hasn't been great field position for the RedHawks so far, but honestly, it hasn't mattered. See if they can do it here to begin the second quarter.
2 receivers to the left and 1 out to the right. Tight end stacked on the left side of the line for Finn. Kenny Tracy has carried the load in the backfield.
Again.
More movement up front, and another flag in. It's an offside on UNLV, and goodness gracious, this has really gotten out of control on this Red Bulls defensive front in the first quarter and change.
Yeah, right now, 3 penalties for UNLV, and as far as I know, I think most, if not all of them, have come on offsides plays such as that.
Finn brings a man in motion from right to left, fakes the run there, and takes it himself straight ahead. He is tripped up at the 24-yard line of Miami after a gain of 3. They give him another generous about half yard. Second down and 2 coming up for the RedHawks. Minute 10 gone by in the second quarter.
Love to get the running game going here if you're Miami. Try to get some tough yards here, try to bleed the clock a little bit.
Single back for Finn. Nobody to the short side on the right. He takes the snap and hands it off to the back. Kenny Tracy drives through the left side of the line and gets right to the line to gain. Pickup of 2 and a first down for Miami's feature back.
Doesn't go down as a pretty play in the scorebook, but that'll certainly get the job done. Continue to bleed the clock. You can drain a couple minutes here if you're Miami, get more points on the scoreboard. Puts you at a really, really good advantage as the first half gets closer and closer to halftime.
Last drive for this Red Hawk offense went 91 yards. Have to go just over 80 if they want to get it in the end zone this time around. Reynolds motion from left to right. Finn with a delayed handoff and an acceleration down the middle for Kenny Tracy. He's rolled down between the hashes after a big pickup out to the 37-yard line. It's a Miami first down for Kenny Tracy.
It's kind of that slow mesh, that slow handoff between the quarterback and running back for Miami. Jake Pope on the UNLV defense in the radio show this week talked about working on eye discipline, trying to distinguish between a pass and a run. It's given them some trouble so far this season, and that's something that this Miami offense could really, really excel at. And that last play was a great example.
Ball on the 37-yard line. Snap to Finn. He throws down the near side. It was deflected and behind the receiver. Falls off the hands of Cam Perry and incomplete. We have seen a ton of play action from this Miami team. But a good job by this UNLV defensive front. If they're not getting to the quarterback, at least to get some hands up. 2nd and 10 coming up for the RedHawks. 2 receivers on the right side for Finn, 1 to the left. Tracy to the left of his quarterback. 4-man rush. Finn hands it off. Nope, he keeps it. Faked it on the right side and now gets around the edge as a flag comes in from behind and Finn scampers out of bounds near midfield. He faked the stretch run to the right to Tracy and took it himself the complete other way. There was a lot of room, but he might have had some help. It is a holding call on Jacob Schorsch, the backup left tackle for Miami, who is playing out there in place of Eric Smith. That backs the RedHawks up. 2nd down and 20 results with 11:58 to go. Clock starts moving again. We're in the second quarter, and Miami leads at 14-3.
Love to get like 10 here, try to make it 3rd and somewhat manageable here for the Red Hawk offense.
Beg your pardon, rather. They move the RedHawks up 10 yards from the spot. It's 2nd and 17 for Miami with the ball on their own 30. Finn fakes the run, eyes downfield. Now he checks it down for Tracy, who is dragged down. Good tackle in the open field after a short pickup. And UNLV keeps Miami in a 3rd and long situation thanks to that stop by Isaiah Patterson. The play goes for just 4 yards, and it's 3rd and 13.
Yeah, very good tackle there for UNLV. Certainly could have been a larger gain for the RedHawks. See if they can get this 3rd and 13.
Twins on the left side. 2 receivers spread to the right. UNLV shows pressure, now they back out of it. Finn takes the shotgun snap at shoulder level, has time, flushed out right, looking, now he throws it way downfield into double coverage and it's intercepted. Back deep in the safety and now a run through the middle of the field. And all the way down the left side, there are no RedHawks there and no flags. It's run all the way back for a touchdown for the Rebels by Amaris Brown. And there's a RedHawk down on the far side.
It's Finn.
It's Finn. Oh man, that completely flips the game on its head. As that is intercepted and run all the way back for a touchdown. And Daquan Finn is down on the far side.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. Obviously, you don't want to assume, but if it was a block on the interception return, just could be a devastating loss for this Miami team. Finn playing so well leading up to that play. Man.
Finn was in and out of the lineup last year when he was at Baylor. Part of that due to getting banged up a little bit. Part of that just in the shuffle of things. But this is a RedHawk team that has just become eerily familiar with quarterback injuries. They plagued the 6-year career of Brett Gabbert, included essentially 2 season-ending injuries, the first of which wasn't truly season-ending. He came back for a couple of games a few years ago following an injury at Kentucky, but then was re-injured a couple games later against the Ohio Bobcats, missed the rest of the year. And then, of course, in the first MAC championship season where the RedHawks knocked off Toledo and Daquan Finn, it was Avion Smith that did the heavy lifting the rest of the year following a leg injury for Brett Gabbert, and Daquan Finn is still down. Henry Hessen is the backup, and he has been the guy for Miami that has really just weathered through it all. He's a 5th year. He's only started 1 game. It was the Cure Bowl a couple of seasons ago, following Avion Smith's exit into the transfer portal, with Brett Gabbert stating he would return for the following season. And so he actually shared duties in that game with the former RedHawk Maddox Kopp, who's now at FCS Houston Christian. Hessen is currently warming up on the Miami sideline as Finn is helped to his feet.
Certainly like to see Finn getting back up again. As you mentioned, Luke, Hessen, a very capable backup quarterback for the RedHawks. Came in briefly in the game against Central Michigan last year when Brett Gabbert suffered an injury, threw a nice touchdown pass. I believe that was late in the first half or early in the second. So it wasn't necessarily a blowout type of situation, but very capable quarterback for the RedHawks.
Daquan Finn is putting very limited weight on his left leg, and he's got his quarterback's coach, Gus Ragland, right on that shoulder. The former RedHawk QB helping off Miami's current QB1. And history just repeats itself for this Miami team as Finn's set to go right to the medical tent and Henry Hessen's readying to come on. And for this RedHawk team, meanwhile, just looking in the context of this game, a pick 6 for UNLV has made this a game again. Miami was rolling, even getting that stop and forcing UNLV to a field goal. You felt like you were getting major wins on defense and really couldn't be stopped offensively. But just kind of an ill-advised throw for Daquan Finn. And again, we'd have to go back and check the video to see actually what happened on some of those extended runbacks. Things can get a little bit scary for your quarterback as you're kind of fair game to get hit pretty hard on a block. And Finn goes right into the blue medical tent on the near sideline with what appears to be an apparent left leg injury. UNLV set for the point after. 10:41 remaining. It's 14-9 RedHawks. So, crowd has gone just silent here as Ramon Viella comes on for the point after, and he kicks a rising shot through the center of the uprights. And with 10:41 remaining in the second quarter, our score now Miami 14 and UNLV 10. This sort of stunned silence has happened too many times in this stadium over the past few years.
Certainly.
Quarterback injuries have just been brutal for this Miami team. If there's anything you can take out of it, this Red Hawk team has figured out how to deal with it. Again, they beat DeQuan Finn in the MAC title game with essentially a backup quarterback in Avion Smith for the back half of that season. And Henry Hessen has come on in a number of chances like this. He can now call himself a veteran as a fifth-year senior. He's set to lead the Miami offense on this next drive.
Yeah, Chuck Martin's talked about, especially in the preseason, they didn't necessarily want to bring in a transfer quarterback unless they knew it was the right guy, and DeQuan Finn would certainly fit that mold, but they certainly have a lot of confidence in Henry Hessen, and they'll have to trust him here to lead the Red Hawks down the field.
Amaris Brown with a 67-yard interception return touchdown has put UNLV within 4. Kick away from left to right, no return for the RedHawks. And out comes Henry Hessen for Miami. Redshirt senior quarterback, 6'2", 197 pounds from Plainfield, Indiana, and Hoosier State powerhouse Avon High School. Former All-State quarterback, threw for almost 2,600 yards as a senior. Played in 5 games last year. That was a career high. Again, you mentioned most of his time coming in that Central Michigan game. He got in an early drive and then got in later when the RedHawks really started to put the hurt on the chips. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Kenny Tracy is the back. We may see him get more touches. And on first down, the run goes to him, and Tracy, pushed by his lineman forward, still going and stacked up at about the 29-yard line. Some red jerseys circled behind Tracy to give him a couple extra yards. He gets about 4.5 on the first down carry. Tracy up to 39 yards on the ground in the game. That's a season high. 2nd and 6 coming up.
Miami going a little quick here.
They hand it to Tracy again, and he bursts through the initial resistance and dives forward across the 35 out to the 36-yard line. It's a gain of 7 and a Miami first down. Now there's another Red Hawk down. This is an interior lineman.
Looks like it is Manu.
It is Chris Manu, the redshirt freshman center. Mitchell Butler, the redshirt sophomore, is the backup. And with all the bad luck on the injury front that this Miami team has had over the last few seasons, the O-line has never been a problem. Miami replaced 5 offensive lineman starters, though, this year. It's all new guys. And Chris Manu, who we've already discussed, is playing a big role in his first real season of seeing time on the field as a redshirt freshman. And he is down. Does get help to his feet pretty quickly, though. It looks like it is a left leg injury for him as he's got it propped up in the air and does not put any weight on it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Lucas, is an offensive line for Miami. It has just 11 combined starts, and 10 of those have come this season. Just 1 start coming into the year is a little bit of trouble getting adjusted to each other, especially against tough Big Ten competition these first 2 weeks of the season. It's going to be even more of a challenge adding another guy to the mix with Manu now down.
So Mitchell Butler, the redshirt sophomore from Meridian, Mississippi, comes in to play center for Miami. And the snap goes to Hessen. Play fake. First time we see him through the air. He goes deep down the near side. He's got a man and is brought in UNLV territory. Cam Perry on the catch as he falls backward down to the Rebel 23-yard line.
Cam Perry with another explosive play, and it couldn't have come for a better time for the Miami RedHawks. You're talking about the trust that Chuck Martin, this coaching staff, has in Henry Hessen. you saw it right there, and that could be a huge, huge play in this ball game.
Gain of 41 on the first trip to the air for Henry Hessen. Perry up to 80 yards receiving. 1st and 10 for the RedHawks, 3 yards shy of the red zone. 9:10 to go, second quarter, they lead by 4. Hessen takes the shotgun snap, hands it off to Tracy, shuffles left, and stood up at the 21, 22-yard line. A modest pickup of roughly a yard. And it sets up 2nd and 9 for the RedHawks.
Certainly with a new quarterback in, oftentimes that makes the rest of the offense step up and say, all right, we need to do a much, much better job. We need to step up here. And a few good rushing plays early on in this drive for Miami. Not so much there. Have to continue it here on the 2nd and 9.
Miami subs late, so UNLV gets some guys off. 5 on the play clock. Hessen takes the shotgun snap. Design roll right, looking that way, throws that way a little bit inside, and it's knocked away, incomplete. Off a really nice closeout by Amaris Brown, who had the pick 6 just moments ago. That pass is intended for Perry near the sticks. It's 3rd down and 9 for the RedHawks from the UNLV 22. Miami is in field goal range for Dom Jobin as the clock stops with 8:17 to go in the half.
There aren't many players in the country that have had a better start to their season than Amaris Brown. Now up to 4 interceptions on the year. He leads FBS, has 1 in each game.
Hessen out of the gun. Takes the snap, and he shovels it forward. He gets crushed, but Tracy's behind blockers inside the 10, dodges around a couple defenders, and falls into the end zone for a Miami touchdown. Well, Henry Hessen paid the price for that play, but that's officially a pass to Kenny Tracy as he catches the shovel and runs it for 25 yards to the house, and the RedHawks answer with a lengthy drive from their backup quarterback. 8:10 remaining in the half, and Miami goes back up by 2 scores. It's 20-10.
Well, another great play call there from Pat Welch, just testing the discipline of this Rebel defense. They fail to test a big-time touchdown for the RedHawks as they try to go up 21-10. What a play.
Point after for Jobin. Scoots through. That might have been touched on the line by a UNLV player, but it side spun its way just inside the right upright. And with 8:10 to go in the half, Miami leaps back in front by 2 scores, 21-10. The RedHawk drive goes 6 plays, 75 yards, capped off by the 25-yard touchdown shovel pass. Mostly yards after catch for Kenny Tracy off the feed by Henry Hessen. And the RedHawks are back in front by 11 with just over 8 minutes to play in the half. UNLV set to get it back when we return. And you're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. 8:10 remaining in the first half. And how about the job done by Henry Hessen? RedHawks go 75 yards down the field, and Miami's backup quarterback lifts the crowd back into things following a stunning injury to Daquan Finn after he got hit in the legs on an interception return touchdown for UNLV. It's 21-10 as the RedHawks have answered back. They lead by 11. So a reminder, coming up at halftime, Andrew Relvas has a Red Hawk Radio halftime report. Stats and analysis from the first half. A look around the world of college football and a packed slate of MAC games. Every MAC team playing on Saturday this week. We do have a conference game to tell you about as well. Preview the second half as well. That comes up on your Red Hawk Radio halftime. An end-over-end kick is received inside the end zone by Jalen Glover, and he's still on his feet as he disappeared into the pile. He reappears on the right side, and he circles out of bounds with some force from a Red Hawk defender on special teams, who knocks him down at about the 19-20 yard line. They mark him right at the 20. Stop is made by Jermaine Agee for the Red Hawks. And with 8:01 to go, the UNLV offense returns to the field. So far for the Rebels, 47 yards on the ground, 67 through the air. Anthony Calandria has one interception. He's been sacked once, completing 57% of his passes, though. That's well below his normal total. Fakes the run on first down and pulls. He's got a lane down the left side diagonally across the 25. He is wrapped up after a pickup of about 5 yards. Adam Trick brought him down, and they give him 6 at 2nd and 4.
And the Revs going back to Calandria's legs. He's had a very, very good day rushing-wise. Haven't seen any carries for Jaden Thomas today. UNLV's main running back, one of the best in the Mountain West.
Calandria takes the snap, design roll to the right, looks towards the sideline, throw and catch complete along the sideline to Troy O'Meara, right to the 30-yard line. That's a gain of 6 for the Arizona State transfer who started at Texas. Was a top 30 wide receiver recruit in the nation. He gets out to the 30-yard line for a fresh set of downs for the Rebels.
Another strong start for UNLV. That hasn't really been the issue for them today. It's really just been finishing drives.
Ball on the right hash. UNLV takes it left to right. Calandria fakes the run, throws it again outside the numbers, and no room after catch following the tackle by Caleb Martin. Jaden Bradley, the leading receiver, makes the grab, but Martin did well to make a tackle along the sideline. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5, coming up from the Rebel 35-yard line.
And UNLV going outside the numbers there on that play. Rutgers had a ton of success in those types of passes a couple of weeks ago, and UNLV had some early success, but Miami, I should say, has been clamping down on that lately.
Handoff goes to the left. There's Jaden Thomas, who sidesteps around some blockers out to the 39-yard line, and he is forced down a yard short. Ran a long way to get 4, and it's 3rd down and 1 for UNLV. He highlighted him off the top of this drive. Led all freshmen at running backs and touchdowns. He's on the Walter Camp Player of the Year watch list.
And 918 yards last season, a very good start to the year. This year as well, had 147 yards in their opener against Idaho State.
Looked like some delay up front as the snap goes to Calandria. He escapes to the far side and dives for a first down. Eli Blakey was crashing down on him, but Calandria lowered his shoulder and launched himself for a couple of yards. They only needed 1. They got about 2, and UNLV moves the chains. 1st and 10 with 5.5 to go in the first half. They're down 21-10, but they will get the ball out of the break.
Athletic ability there from Calandria. The difference has certainly been on display here today.
8 rushing attempts for him. He's got 10 or more in 2 of the Rebels' 3 games. This is a direct snap, and they fake a pitch to Calandria. Not a ton there on the keeper. That's Gale Ochoa, the originally 4th string and now 3rd string quarterback following the injury to Alex Orji last week. He fakes the pitch to their top dog, and he is brought down for a loss. The first play of the season was that play for UNLV from Orji to Calandria. They switch things up with the personnel, but this time it doesn't work out for him.
Yes, sir. Dan Mullen definitely has a history of 2 quarterbacks at the field on the same time.
Second down and 11. Snap to Calandra. Pocket collapsing around him. He throws to the near side. Brought in by Bradley into Miami territory. He is hauled down at the 48-yard line. Tackled by Caleb Martin. But Bradley, the former Charlotte 49er, brings it into plus territory and picks up the first down. Both teams still have all 3 of their timeouts. We're moving into the late stages of the first half. 4:04 to go in it with the clock rolling. It's Miami 21 and UNLV 10. Rebels on the move. 2 receivers left, 1 tight to the formation right. That's the short side. Ball's on the right hash. Belt tie snap to Calandria. Looking right, checks it down in the backfield. Thomas stops his feet, now accelerates and moves out of bounds. And he got rocked late, and a flag comes in on the Miami sideline. And that is just not a penalty that you can take in that spot.
Yeah, it's the second late hit penalty on Miami today. You just can't have those, especially in a game like this.
Chuck Martin's pleading his case. Maybe that Thomas didn't truly give himself up in time, but that really looked multiple split seconds late. It's a 15-yard penalty after a stop for basically no gain by the Miami defense, and moves UNLV basically to field goal range, and now they can start to slow things down a little bit as they go down to the 33-yard line and an automatic first down.
Officially in the middle 8 now with 3:40 left in the half. And you hear coaches all the time talk about dominating the middle 8. The way UNLV is running the ball, if they're able to get a touchdown here, they get the ball in the second half, score again, really changes this game.
Handoff goes to Thomas. He delays and now hustles forward for maybe a yard, but he is piled up on at the 32-yard line. Jackson Kuwach led the efforts for Miami. The former Ohio State Buckeye makes the stop after a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 coming up for the Rebels. Ball split between both hashes. Just over 3 minutes to play in the half.
Kuwach with a really good game last week at Rutgers, had 11 tackles, led the team, had a big-time sack as well.
Snap to Calandra, drops deep in the pocket. Now he steps up, flag in late, and he's ripped down from behind. Nazir Washington on the sack. He had a sack in the Wisconsin game, but we'll have to see if this stays. It appears it's a holding penalty on the offense. And as great as that sack is, Chuck Martin may elect to take this. That would push the Rebels out of field goal range. Sack went for about a 1 or 2 yard loss.
You can kind of go either way there if you want to accept or decline that holding penalty, but especially where UNLV is on the field, if you can get them out of field goal range, I think accepting the penalty was the right call there from Chuck Martin, forced them into 2nd and long.
Penalties against the British left tackle, James Fominu from London. Part of a UNLV offensive line that Dan Mullen lists on the depth chart. Everybody has an or next to their name.
Yeah, we saw a lot of ors.
So no true first string, second strings on the line for the Rebels. 5 wide for Calandre, takes the snap, pocket collapses around him, quick hitter over the middle, complete for short yardage. About out to the 35-yard line. The catch is made for a brief pickup by Coy Moore. It's a gain of 7, but UNLV still behind the sticks. It's 3rd down and 12.
UNLV 3 for 5 today on 3rd downs. I mentioned earlier Miami really struggled with that defensively. They gave up 7 out of 10. Really need to stop here.
We have reached the 2-minute timeout and a big time 3rd down coming up. UNLV is right on the outside of field goal range, about 2 yards shy from the long of Ramon Villela. So a big 3rd down coming up, and we will step aside. 2 minutes to go in the first half. It's Miami 21 and UNLV 10. Big 3rd down in Miami territory for the Rebels when we return. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Our score, Miami 21 and UNLV 10. Alongside Bryan Miller, Luke West Poley with you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Cloudy, but warm here in Oxford. Big 3rd and 12 coming up for the Rebels. Pushed back by a penalty. They're on the 35-yard line, which is just outside field goal range. Both teams with all 3 timeouts, late stages of the first half. Shotgun snap to Calandria, pocket collapsing around him. He threw over the head of his target. It hit right in the breadbasket of Eli Blakey, but it fell incomplete. Oh, that slammed him right in the numbers. He kind of patted his jersey along his left shoulder where that ball hit him, but he was unsuspecting. That throw was high and behind the target. And UNLV is a couple yards out of field goal range, keeps the offense on the field here with the clock stopped. Minute 55 to go.
Yeah, Calandria is trying to go to Jaden Bradley across the middle, is a little behind him, and frankly should have been intercepted. We'll see if Mullen actually goes for it here on this 4th and 12.
This is a big time risk, and he takes the snap. Calandria shuffling around, and now he makes his way to the right side. Calandria tucks and runs outside the numbers. He makes his way up the sideline, but Adam Trick drills him out of bounds, short of the line to gain. Collision on the Miami sideline. Looks like a trainer got wrapped up in the aftermath of that, but no flags or anything like that. And UNLV really did go for it, but Calandria on a broken play could not get there with his legs. He comes up a few yards short. And Adam Trick with a massive 4th down stop. And the RedHawks have a shot for points here with some backwind. Minute 45 to go and all 3 timeouts. 21 to 10, the RedHawk advantage, but UNLV gets the ball coming out of half.
You can certainly be aggressive here if you're Miami.
Henry Hessen in the gun. He's got a pair of receivers on each side. Takes the snap and looks to throw. Pressure up the middle, checks it down. Tracy on the left numbers, gets by the initial tackler. Now with blockers, Tracy forward, and he falters across the 45-yard line. Kind of ran into his own guy to ultimately bring him down. Not a ton of extra room there, though, anyway. That is a nice size gain. 19 yards on the catch and run for Kenny Tracy out of the backfield. Minute 35 to go and counting.
Great start to the drive for Miami.
Hessen looking to throw again. Throws to the far side. It's off the fingertips of Cole Weaver and incomplete. And maybe fortunate as that throw was high and a little bit too far to the inside on the quick slant to Weaver that he got his hands on that, because there was a safety over the top. Might have been Jaheim Joseph, or rather Denver Harris was the DB in the area for UNLV that had a chance to maybe pick that ball off if Miami's receiver didn't deflect it.
Yeah, they're a little off target there from Hessen. Even if Weaver is able to catch it, it would have been tough to hang on to. Saw a similar play like that at Wisconsin.
Minute 28 to go in the first half. Clock stopped. Hessen takes the snap, looking to throw again. Pressure off the near side. He rolls to the far side, throws it downfield, and it's incomplete. Weaver was tiptoeing up the sideline back towards the line of scrimmage, but an on-the-run throw for Henry Hessen is a little bit short. Weaver gave it a decent effort, but again, it's off his hands and to the turf, incomplete. So a minute 20 to go in the first half. 3rd down and 10. Josh Ringer checks into the game for the first time. Traditionally, in a Chuck Martin offense, we've seen a healthy dose of backs in the game. We've seen a lot of that this year, but it has been all Kenny Tracy today. So Ringer comes in for the first time. 2 receivers on either side, and Ringer stands to Hessen's left. Minute 20 to go in the half. 3rd down and 10. Miami keeps it on the ground. Ringer drives straight ahead across midfield, but he's well short of the line to gain, out to the 49-yard line of UNLV, and Dan Mullen calls timeout with 1:13 to go. So you can see how aggressive the Rebels coach wants to be here. And again, this Miami team, who prides itself on special teams, in a big spot where they must execute a pooch kick to pin the Rebels deep with a minute 15 to play in the half. They're up 21 to 10. 2 timeouts left for the Rebels. And 4th down for the RedHawks, a yard past midfield.
Yeah, 4th and 5 for Miami, just into UNLV territory. I know many coaches, especially one on the opposing sideline, would probably go for it in this situation. I don't think Chuck Martin is that guy, though, based on what we know about him. But try to pin UNLV deep in their own territory and trust their defense. indeed, it looks like Miami is going to punt.
Pierce Stainton, the South Florida transfer, out to kick it away. D'Angelo Irvin back
Oh,
deep
he's
at his own
offsides.
9-yard line, and the Rebels jumped, and this would be disastrous for UNLV. This would move the chains. Wow. It's an offside on the Rebels. That is their 6th procedural penalty of the half. Believe that is their 5th offside. I don't know if I've seen that many in a game,
Yeah,
let alone in a half. And again, this has been a problem for weeks and weeks and weeks for this Rebels team, and they gift Miami a first down with 1:15 to go in the half.
Yeah, we talked about in the open, UNLV second to last in FBS and penalties a game and last in FBS in penalty yards per game. Just a terrible, inexcusable penalty there from UNLV.
Hessen works out of the shotgun, fakes the handoff. No, he gives to Tracy, who hit it well, and now Tracy's into the second level. He shuffles and ducks back inside the 35-yard line. Brought down on the right hash after a gain of about 12 yards to the UNLV 33. Miami still got all 3 timeouts. Not going super quick here, though. They give sort of a mini huddle before lining up.
You don't want to leave too much time on the clock for this UNLV offense, but you do want to leave enough time to score. There's 55 seconds left.
And now Miami calls timeout, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Chuck Martin is furious with
not
his
happy at
offense
all.
as they head off the field. If you took the timeout, you would have liked to do it before any time came off the clock. You lost about 8 seconds there from the time the ball was set to when Henry Hessen saw some discombobulation up front and ultimately decided to take a timeout. 55 seconds remaining in the first half. Miami has it on the UNLV 33, leading 21-10. And that penalty rekindles things for your offense, Bryan, but you also have to think now, again, closed end of the stadium with backwind. You are multiple yards into Dom Jobin's range at this point in time. You still have plenty of real estate to get 7 here, but you've got a bit of a security blanket to fall back on at the very least.
Yeah, you do, and with the way this offense is played, I think you can afford to be a little more aggressive than you usually would be. You've seen some lapses from this Rebel defense. I think you can afford to take a shot or two.
Hessen takes the snap, fakes the run, and throws over the middle. The catch is made by Cam Perry for a first down as he's brought down at the 22-yard line following an 11-yard pickup on the quick crosser from Hessen.
Critical first down there. It's able to stop the clock temporarily to move the chains.
RedHawks get back up to the line. Hessen out of the gun. Takes the snap to his left. Now he steps up. Hessen still looking downfield. He throws on the run into the sideline, incomplete. There was double coverage on the near pylon, who is maybe the intended target for Miami. That's Perry again, but more of a throwaway there to stop the clock for Hessen. 36 seconds remaining in the half. Ball on the right hash of the UNLV 23. 2nd and 10 for the RedHawks.
Yeah, nothing really open for Miami on that play. A mature play there from Henry Hessen, just throwing the ball away and living to see another down. Hessen playing so well coming in relief.
2 receivers either side for Hessen. 4-man front for the Rebels. Snap a little bit to his right. He corrals it. Sidearm sling towards the end zone. It falls incomplete. Some good perimeter coverage by Denver Harris, the UTSA transfer for UNLV. And that falls well short of the intended target, Dion Colsey. 3rd down and 10 for Miami.
Yeah, Denver Harris, a familiar name for hardcore college football fans, especially those that follow high school recruiting. A 5-star recruit, very talented. Started his career at LSU before going to Texas A&M and then UTSA. Good play there against Colsey.
3 receivers wide to the left and 1 to the right. 6 men on the line of scrimmage for UNLV. Hessen claps once and barks orders at his line. He takes the snap. Hessen looks downfield, throws over the middle. It's incomplete. A little bit behind Cam Perry, who acrobatically moved through the air to get his hands on it, but it falls short, and Miami brings out the field goal team for the first time.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss there from Hessen. You can't be behind on a crossing route like that. Makes it very susceptible to a potential interception, but luckily for him, Perry able to get a hand on it and make it incomplete.
All-MAC kicker from a year ago, Dom Jobin, on to attempt a 40-yarder. This ties his season long and his only kick a couple weeks ago against Rutgers. Snap and hold clean. The kick by Jobin, spinning to the side, and he splits the uprights. With 24 seconds to go in the first half, a costly penalty on the punt near midfield for UNLV's special teams unit gifts Miami 3 points. And with a handful of seconds remaining in the first half, the RedHawks lead it by 2 touchdowns, 24-10.
Certainly take it there if you're the Miami offense, especially with the gift on that offsides penalty. Able to go up 14. I have to think UNLV will be a little aggressive here. They do have 2 timeouts left. See if Miami defense can get one more stop before heading into the half.
They've got a rather inexperienced return unit, but a return unit that does have a history in their limited attempts of cracking off some big runs. Between Jalen Glover, D'Angelo Irvin, and others on the kickoff team. 24 seconds remaining. And the long for Ramon Villela is 50 yards, which was made in the UCLA game. So you've got a chance to maybe drive this to field goal range if you can just burn down the field. But again, important to note that you get the ball back coming out of half.
I wonder if it's a shorter kickoff here for Miami to force a return and milk some more time off of the clock. Could be pretty big as this half ends.
Kellen McLaughlin kicks it away and no return. As that lands 6 yards deep in the end zone, and that is what you want if you're Miami, to keep this out of the return men's hands.
See how aggressive Dan Mullen and this UNLV offense is with 24 seconds left, starting at their own 25. Critical from Miami to limit UNLV on this first play, not have a big gain on them. Could really shut down the potential last-minute drive on the first play.
No victory. It's a gun for UNLV to start the drive. Calandria takes the snap. Rolling to the right, pressure all over him, and Calandria swallowed up. That goes back to the 14-yard line for UNLV, and we can see to our left the Rebel coaches were getting ready to take their headsets off, but now Chuck Martin calls a timeout. RedHawks have no power to keep this half going. They've only got 1 timeout left, so if UNLV chose to kneel here, they could take 2 knees and get it to the locker room with the RedHawks unable to do anything. But Chuck Martin tries his luck anyway to see if he can maybe get something crazy going. With UNLV behind the sticks following an 11-yard sack by Nazir Washington. So on the last drive, he gets a sack wiped away by the penalty, but Washington wouldn't be denied for his second QB sack of the year.
It looked like Calandria was looking for Jaden Bradley way down the field for a potential shot to get them in field goal range, but the Miami defensive line able to step up once again. A big-time sack for Washington.
That pressure came immediately. That was not a situation of a broken play. Really not a lot Calandria could do about that, especially with his eyes downfield. He lines up out of the shotgun again, 4 wide for the Rebels, and he checks it down, a juggle for Thomas. Now he gets around the edge, and Thomas gets past the 20-yard line before Eli Blakey shoulders him out of bounds at around the 21 or 22.
Did go out of bounds. They're able to
you stop the clock.
Timeout, but
and now if you're Miami here, you could potentially get a stop and maybe call timeout to bring the house on a potential punt.
11 seconds left. You have enough time to do that for sure.
So this is a somewhat important 3rd down late in the half. Miami leads it 24-10. 11 seconds to go in the first half, 3rd down and 12 for the UNLV offense. Two high safeties for the RedHawks. Calandria takes the snap, and he checks it down, and it falls off the hands of Thomas, incomplete. That is not Calandria's fault. He hit his running back on the little screen play right in the chest, and he just dropped it, and now Miami doesn't even have to spend a timeout. They bring the punt unit out. They do pull Lionel Billups-Williams back deep as a returner, so they're not going to try with everyone up on the line. But Cam Brown is forced to come out and at least get this kickoff for UNLV. 7 seconds remaining in the first half. Phillips Williams standing at his own 42-yard line. Redhawks bring pressure, but plenty of room to spare on that kick. With 4 seconds, 3, 2, and 1, it rolls into Miami territory. No Redhawks touch it. UNLV gets down there to play it dead, and the clock hits triple zeros on quarter number 2. Well, overall, Miami weathered the storm of a quarterback injury very, very well in that first half. Almost well enough that it doesn't even overarch the rest of the stories of this game. The Red Hawk offense has looked excellent. Finn 7 for 12 with 2 touchdowns, did have the pick 6, but 131 yards for Miami's primary quarterback before he went down for injury. Henry Hessen 4 for 10, which that doesn't look great, but he has 92 yards and a touchdown and showed the ability to throw the deep ball, which we have seen, Bryan, in the past when Miami's had quarterback injuries. That has crippled the big playability of this offense. And that was not the case, and defensively, I think you have to be thrilled with how you've dealt with a very, very high-flying offense in UNLV.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job for Miami offensively and defensively in the first half. Just doesn't look like that much of a drop-off from Finn to Hesney. Looks totally in command of the offense and looks very, very comfortable out there with his O-line, receivers, and running back. And the defense just done a great job stopping this UNLV offense and letting UNLV shoot themselves in the foot. I think 5 offsides penalties in the first half. That has to be a record. I've never seen anything like that, but credit to the Redhawks for taking advantage of those mistakes.
And again, Miami got their last 3 points thanks to a gift being handed them. Redhawks were getting ready to punt it away with 90 seconds to go in the half. UNLV jumped off sides at midfield on a 4th and 5. That got the Redhawks into field goal range. Ultimately, a Dom Jobin 40-yarder put them back up by 2 touchdowns as we've reached the break. Bryan and I will be back with you for the second half. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, Andrew Relvas says Red Hawk Radio halftime. And there is some MAC conference action to tell you about, in addition to plenty of non-con as the slate starts to wrap up for teams around the Midwest and now East Coast with the addition of Massachusetts to the league. All that coming up on the other side of the break. Again, at the half, our score, Miami 24 and UNLV 10. And you're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio.
Welcome to the Red Hawk Radio halftime show. My name is Andrew Ellis, and we will break things down right now. So at the half, Miami leading 24-10 over UNLV. This was a very interesting first half, a half that we saw Miami end up losing their starting QB, DeQuan Finn, to an injury earlier in the half, but it was the Henry Hessen show. We saw him score a touchdown, and the Redhawks are likely going to be without DeQuan Finn for the rest of this game. So it'll be up to Henry Hessen, and for Hessen so far, 4 for 10, 92 yards and a touchdown. But DeQuan Finn early, he was cooking, 131 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. But that interception was a pick six that would give UNLV the only touchdown of their half so far. So after losing Finn, the offense still was grinding well and putting up 24 points against the UNLV defense that has a lot of takeaways. It's certainly a good start on this game so far. We'll update you about DeQuan Finn as we receive more information, but to lose your starting quarterback like that, but to rally around a veteran like Henry Hessen, redshirt senior, it's really good to see not only this culture but this team really gel well, and it's really that next man up opportunity for Miami, and they certainly took advantage of this UNLV defense. The stats so far talked about Finn and Hessen. Turning it over to Calandria, 104 yards, 1 interception, 14 for 22. Offensively, turning it over to the rushing attack, Calandria leading it for UNLV. 10 carries, 51 yards, showed off that dual threat ability, had a long of 21 yards in that first half. For Miami, it's Kenny Tracy having himself a half, 9 carries for 58 yards, a long of 20, and right behind him, DeQuan Finn, 18 yards on the ground. In the receiving game, it's Jaden Bradley for UNLV, 4 receptions for 28 yards, a long of 12, no touchdowns, so unsurprisingly there. In receiving for Miami, it's Cam Perry leading the charge, 3 receptions for 90, long of 41. He got that early in the first quarter. Kenny Tracy as well, having himself a nice game in the receiving end. 5 receptions for 76 yards and 2 touchdowns. If I had to give an award to Offensive Player of the Game, it would probably be Kenny Tracy, since he's been so consistent on the ground and in the air as well. Couple of touchdowns and leading the rushing attack for Miami. Turning it over defensively, the leading tackler for UNLV, it's between Jaheim Joseph and Marcel McDuffie. Joseph has 4 solo tackles and a TFL. Marcel McDuffie, 1 solo tackle on the game so far. And for Miami, it's Eli Blakey leading the charge. 6 total tackles, 3 solo, a half TFL, and a pass deflection. It's good to see Blakey playing well. You need that from a veteran DB like him, and he's certainly got that DB #1 ranking under his belt. Caleb Martin as well had a good game last week against Rutgers. 5 total tackles, and Corbin Hondrew 5 tackles as well for the Miami RedHawks. In terms of interceptions, Corbin Hondrew's got 1 interception. It was 30 yards, taking 1 away from Anthony Calandria. And on the other side, it's Amaris Brown getting the pick 6 touchdown, an interception, 67-yard return for a touchdown. Amaris Brown, assuming all the other stats stay the same, I believe he has the FBS lead for interceptions now. 4 interceptions through 4 games, and he's got 2 pick 6s under his belt. I mean, he's having himself a phenomenal year for the Rebels defensively. And that interception brought them a little bit closer, but still down by 2 touchdowns. Tough place to be in, especially playing on enemy ground here at Yager Stadium in Oxford, Ohio. But the RedHawks leading 24-10 after the first 30 minutes. Really love this Miami resiliency after losing your starting quarterback DeQuan Finn after taking a nasty hit to the legs. They rebounded well around him, and they got this overall offense humming, especially in that second quarter when they needed some big plays. And they got it from Tracy, they got it from Cam Perry, they got it from Keith Reynolds. All the play callers, all the playmakers are playing really well against this UNLV defense. In terms of total yards, Miami is out playing them 307 to 161, so already 307 first half yards. That's really good. They've taking advantage of a boom or bust defense in UNLV. Only one turnover on Miami's side today, but 3:07 in the first half. That's really good. And the way this is played out, if Miami can establish the ground game even more in this second half, the RedHawks could be walking away with a big victory over UNLV in this game. Penalties were big for both sides. Saw 6 penalties on UNLV for 65 yards and 6 penalties on Miami for 35 yards. So both these two teams a little bit undisciplined, but we'll see if that changes in the second half. Each team had the possession for about 15 minutes each. UNLV had possession for 15:07, and Miami had possession for 14:28. So right down the middle, possession pretty even on both sides in this contest. We'll take a look at some of the top 25 games going on right now at the half. In Salt Lake City, Texas Tech leading Utah 10-3. See if the Utah Utes can come from behind and take down the visiting Texas Tech Red Raiders at the half. 10-3. Number 17 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders over the number 16th ranked Utah Utes. Over in Knoxville, UAB trailing Tennessee 28-7. Tennessee lost to Georgia last week, but they're looking to rebound with a big win over the UAB Blazers. That is underway in the second quarter. 7:29 left to go in the second. Tennessee up 28-7 over UAB. Mentioned all the other games going on earlier in the pregame show, and now we will take a look at some of the max scores going on right now. You got 2 other games besides this one. Number 1 Bowling Green trailing Louisville 21-3 at the half. That one is at Louisville, and Bowling Green is trailing by 18 in that contest in Louisville, Kentucky at L&N Federal Credit Union Stadium. Louisville so far 2-0 and gunning for their 3rd win on the season, up big over BGSU. Next game in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Central Michigan up 14-3 over the Wagner Seahawks, an FCS team. CMU up 8:34 left to go in the second, up by 11. Looking like the Chippewas will get a victory. Looking like they will get to 500 in that contest. Kent State at Florida State set to go at 3:30 along with all the other games. Ball State at UConn. Louisiana at Eastern Michigan. We'll see if EMU can get their first win on the season. Troy at Buffalo. Buffalo trying to get to 3-1. That is, a lot of people are picking Buffalo to compete in the MAC. They certainly have a good squad, especially led by the running back Henderson. But to pick up a win against a team like Troy could certainly be a big step in the right direction, a team in the Sun Belt. Sun Belt is always a good conference, especially in football. Toledo at Western Michigan. That'll also kick off at 3:30. See if Western Michigan can upset Toledo. The Rockets led by Jason Candle always have a good team, it seems like, year in and year out. And that'll kick off in about an hour or so. Gardner-Webb at Ohio. The Ohio Bobcats trying to get to 500 after falling to OSU last week. They were ahead in that first half, but kind of ran out of gas in Columbus last week. So they will try and beat the Gardner-Webb Running Bulldogs at 3:30. At the 4:15 slot, NIU will go to Mississippi State. They'll take on an SEC foe, and what should be a interesting matchup, the Huskies and the Bulldogs. That'll be at Davis-Wade Stadium in Mississippi State. The Bulldogs are 3-0, and they beat Arizona State a few weeks ago. Final matchup, Duquesne at Akron. That'll be at 6 o'clock at Info Cision Stadium on the east side of the state. See if the Dukes and the Zips will get going after all the other games in the MAC calendar will conclude. Well, that is the scoreboard segment. We'll take it back here to Oxford, where the RedHawks are up by 14, leading the UNLV Rebels, who are undefeated. So if Miami wins this one, the undefeated bid will conclude for the Rebels. And really in this game, it was the defense for Miami. This Miami defense, they came prepared. They've kept Anthony Calandria quiet so far. Calandria has had some good games in the past, but this one is much different than the other games that he's had. In that UCLA game, he threw for 203 yards. In that Sam Houston game, a season-high 249 yards in the air. He got a season-high 3 touchdowns against UCLA. In this game, no touchdowns for Calandria, only 104 passing yards on the game. So far, the RedHawks have kept Calandria quiet. That's going to be a big key to the game. You need to keep a playmaker like Calandria quiet. And one way that you do that, you crowd a receiver like Jaden Bradley. So far, Bradley only 4 receptions for 28. They have limited him as well. Got to credit this Miami secondary, Eli Blakey. They've silenced him along with some other cornerbacks in that secondary for the red and white. Caleb Martin has played well. He's got about 5 tackles. And Silas Walters playing really well, along with Luke Evans. So the secondary, they've stepped up against this UNLV offense, and only 10 points, no offensive touchdowns for UNLV. It's a really good sign for the RedHawks. They're also going to have to rally, likely without DeQuan Finn. Don't see a world where you would put DeQuan Finn out, especially up by 14. The offense has played well without him, so don't even risk an injury. DeQuan Finn probably not going to play in this second half, and it'll likely be the Henry Hessen show from here on out. But for Hessen, 92 passing yards, a touchdown. He's proven well against a Mountain West team in the UNLV Rebels, and we'll see what DeQuan Finn's status is for the rest of this game. But Henry Hessen is standing his ground. He's played well, and in the second half, we got to see this Miami rushing attack continue to be involved. Already 58 rushing yards for Kenny Tracy. He's been a Swiss Army knife for Chuck Martin all throughout his Miami career. Obviously, he's got a big role this year with the loss of Keon Mosey and others from last year's squad. So Tracy is likely the lead back, and he has shown that in this game, already nearly 60 rushing yards. So number one, got to continue to see some smart plays from Henry Hessen. You can't turn the ball over against a talented secondary led by Amaris Brown on UNLV. And number two, continue to establish this rushing attack. If Miami can do that, if they can bleed the clock, if they can get a 7-minute or 8-minute drive that leads to either a field goal or a touchdown, the RedHawks certainly can win this game against UNLV. But already up by 14, just got to continue doing what they've been doing and see if Miami defensively can get some takeaways. If all that can happen, Miami will win over UNLV. But still a lot left to play for. We've got 30 minutes left in this one. A Mountain West team and UNLV taking on a MAC team in the Miami RedHawks. Second half action set to begin in just over 2.5 minutes. My name is Andrew Relvas. I'll see you at the post-game show to see if Miami can get a big win against UNLV, and we will see if that stands true. One more nugget. UNLV is 0-12 in the Eastern time zone, so they are trailing by 14, and with 30 minutes left of playtime, we'll see if that trend continues to stay true. Well, football to be played in just over 2 minutes. My name is Andrew Relvas, and I will turn it over to Luke and Bryan for the second half. As a reminder, you're listening to a RedHawk Radio presentation of Miami football. The RedHawks will take the field in about 2 minutes. Thanks so much, and I will see you at the postgame show.
Second half on the way here from Oxford as Miami leads UNLV 24-10. Highlights from the first half. DeQuan Finn was good, threw a couple of touchdowns, then went down with an injury on the same play, threw a pick six. Things looked rather grim then for Miami as they watched a 2-touchdown lead quickly fall to just one possession, but Henry Hessen and the RedHawks have answered. Hessen threw for a touchdown and 92 yards in relief of Finn in the first half. And how about Kenny Tracy having the best game of the year so far in the running game with 58 yards. RedHawks kick it away from left to right, and Kellen McLaughlin yanks it to the left side and kicks it out of bounds. So UNLV set up with good field position to start. Discipline has been a major, major, major issue for the Rebels, and unfortunately it has not been fixed for UNLV as they had 6 penalties for a total of 35 yards in the first half, including 5 defensive offside penalties. You heard that right. One of them with under 2 minutes left on a Miami punt on 4th and 5 kept a RedHawk drive going. Miami ultimately tacked on 3 points to go up 2 touchdowns headed into the break. So Anthony Calandria and crew back out. Twins to the right and 1 receiver out left. Now a receiver motioned from right to left as Calandria takes the snap. Throws it over the middle, bubble of space. It's complete to Dejon Reynolds. He is hauled down by Michael Yarborough after a gain of 10. Dropped immediately, but there's a pickup for Day Reynolds. Former Florida Gator and Pitt Panther. He's approaching his 40th career game played in college, the senior.
This is a very important drive for UNLV. Down 14, really need to get a touchdown here. We've had some success with the quick passing game.
Big boys up front, and Calandria fakes the run and pulls. A quick pass over the middle is brought in by Irvin as he falls to the ground across midfield. Looked like RPO there for Calandria, and he hits Irvin for a gain of 7 to the 48-yard line on the Miami side of the field. 2nd and 3 coming up.
Looked like an RPO, and it looked like a late decision there from Calandria, but ultimately was able to make it work.
3 receivers to the right, nobody out left, and a handoff goes up the middle to Thomas, and he gets away. Down the middle of the field, he lays a stiff arm, drops 2 RedHawks, and finally Eli Blakey grabs him and tears him to the turf after multiple broken tackles from Jaden Thomas. Preseason first-team All-Mountain West selection, got limited touches in the first half. Really didn't see him till the second quarter when he got 2 carries. But that goes all the way down to the 16-yard line for UNLV for a gain of 19.
Yeah, Thomas only had 2 carries for 5 yards before that last play, but he's always capable of a rush like that.
Handoff goes down the left side on the end around to Earl, and he is cracked down in the backfield. Michael Yarborough makes the stop for Miami. That goes for a 1-yard loss, and it's 2nd and 11.
Outstanding tackle there by Yarborough, able to get UNLV in a 2nd and long situation. First time Miami's done it on this drive.
Yarborough listed pretty low on the depth chart this year. It looked like he was going to be the guy when Rayon Strader transferred. Missed the majority of last year with an injury, but was very good in his last couple games. Calandria takes the snap and throws it towards the end zone as a flag comes in. He overshot his target on a rainbow looking for Lions. Or beg your pardon, rather, that was Jaden Bradley as Eli Blakey was back in coverage for the RedHawks. Flag right around where those two were working at the 3-yard line.
Certainly you would think it would be a holding or pass interference, definitely in that area of the field.
Interesting thing, though, is that the receiver didn't really get away. Or
No.
the receiver did really get away,
Yeah.
I should say. Didn't really get held back too much. They are looking towards the UNLV sideline, though, so this appears to be a penalty on the Miami secondary. Long discussion about this from our officiating crew, who hasn't been busy with reviews yet, but they've thrown a lot of flags. It's PI against Blakey. And that's a 15-yard penalty, so it goes down to the 3-yard line.
Yeah, I wonder if they're debating holding or pass interference. Could definitely make a big yardage difference, especially in this area of the field.
Yeah, that would be about a 5-yardage difference, so UNLV gets the benefit there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds into the second half, and they're knocking on the door down 2 touchdowns. Calandria from the shotgun. He looked like he bobbled the snap, and now he hands it off on the left side, and all sorts of room to walk into the end zone. Jaden Thomas is in for a Rebel touchdown.
That's exactly the drive that UNLV needed at this point of the game, able to get Jaden Thomas going. Looked pretty easy. What felt like a must-score drive for the Rebels, they're able to find the end zone.
Ramon Villela on for the PAT. Snap and hold clean. And it's knocked through off the front facing of the Gunlock Performance Center. UNLV cuts it to a touchdown again as the drive goes for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 65 yards down the field. Capped off by the 2-yard run for Jaden Thomas. The Rebels are back within a score, 24-17. UNLV in front of Miami. Update on Daquan Finn, by the way, is officially questionable to return. However, the outlook is not great that he is going to come back into this game. And Henry Hessen is continuing to warm up on the sideline, and there's no sign of Finn. So it's going to be him at least for now, and you'd think likely the rest of the way with Finn not coming out for the second half. At least out onto the sideline to get some throws in. Regardless, we've reached a timeout on the field, and we will take a break with 12:45 to go in the third quarter. Score UNLV 24 and Miami 17. And we're back to Yager Stadium after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. UNLV goes 65 yards down the field and scores. Job well done by the Rebel offense on their opening drive of the second half. 12:45 to go in the third. And it's Miami 24 and UNLV 17 as the Red Hawk offense gets set for their first drive of the final 30 minutes. Alongside Brian Miller, Luke West Poley with you. Glad you could join us. We'll be back on the air for you next weekend. Coverage begins at 2:30 with a 3:30 p.m. kickoff as the Miami RedHawks take on the Lindenwood Lions out of the greater St. Louis area in the FCS. Or UNLV, they're kicking up conference play next week. Or next game, I should say. They've got the Wyoming Cowboys coming up on October 4th. End-over-end kick sent into the air and out the back of the end zone by Ramon Villela. Miami's offense set to start from the 25.
You really don't want to be complacent here if you're the Miami offense. You've had a lot of success with explosive plays in the first half, whether it was Finn or Heston behind center. Really need to continue that here in this first drive of the second half, especially with UNLV scoring to make it a one-possession game.
Henry Hessen out. with Kenny Tracy to his right. Miami, traditionally under Chuck Martin, has shared the load in their backfield. They've done that a lot this year as well, but it has been almost all Tracy on the ground in this game. Pair of receivers either side. Hessen-Clapson takes the snap. It's a play action, and he throws to the near side off the fingertips of the left hand for Dion Colsey as he rainbowed over Andrew Paldrell, who was back in coverage, the Montana State transfer. A little too tall for Colsey, 2nd down and 10. Miami
Really not
hurries
much
back to the
separation
line.
either.
Yeah, not much. RedHawks hurry back up to the line, and now the handoff goes to Tracy. Bounces off a tackle and gets side spun across the 30-yard line out to the 33. He is 2 yards short of the line to gain after the tackle by Marcel McDuffie, preseason Mountain West first-teamer. 3rd down and 2 for the Miami offense as Henry Hessen steps up to his line, drops down to his right knee and barks his orders. Places the mouthpiece in, 2 receivers on each side. 6 in the box for UNLV. Hessen takes the snap, looks to throw to the far side. He had a man, but he missed him. He was looking for Cam Perry, who was open on a quick slant, but that ball was thrown way towards the sideline. Check that. It was actually Reynolds, the intended target for Miami. And that was there, but Henry Hessen just threw an out route instead of a quick slant, and Miami punts, or brings on the punt team, I should say.
Yeah, Hessen, few inaccurate throws, especially over the middle of the field. It's been a bit of a concern so far with him under center. That was definitely a miss.
Pierce Stainton sends a high end over and kick to the UNLV side. Fair catch called for by D'Angelo Irvin. He makes it at around the 32, 33-yard line. So the RedHawks defense back on the field, and UNLV has a chance to draw level for the first time since Miami took the lead.
And they made it look really, really easy. Their first drive of the second half, able to get the ball to their best player, the running back, Jaden Thomas. See if they keep feeding it to him in this second drive.
He is out there as the back as Calandria takes the snap, and the handoff goes to Thomas, and he steps towards the outside. Thomas into the secondary, and he's tripped up into Miami territory inside the 40-yard line. He stumbles down to the 37. And you are really starting to see the speed as advertised for Thomas as he gets down to the, check it, RedHawk 37. And it's a 38-yard pickup on the ground for UNLV.
They've seen a few big runs out of Thomas, especially in this second half. Really starting to heat up now.
Second team All Mountain West last year. Calandria takes a shotgun snap, throws to the far sideline. It's off the hands of his receiver, incomplete. Looking for Lyons, who had separation against Caleb Martin working on the far sideline. Or rather, that was Troy O'Meara. That's an incompletion, 2nd and 10 for the UNLV offense. 3 receivers out to the left, nobody to the short side right. Rebels working it right to left. Delayed handoff. Thomas counters it back inside, still going out of tackles, and he reaches across the 30-yard line. Pulled down right there after a gain of 7 yards. Caleb Martin finally made the stop, but about 4 or 5 of those yards came after contact, and it sets UNLV up 3rd and short.
It feels like a very critical down here, 3rd and 3. Miami's able to get a stop, potentially force a field goal, or even a chance to get off the field with a 4th down stop.
Mentioned Miami struggles getting off the field against Rutgers. They were 7 of 10. UNLV 5 for 10 in their win against UCLA. Handoff. Thomas ahead. Did he get there? It is very close. Both teams are pointing. They haven't moved the chains yet. If the far side official is where the spot is, he would be just short, but the referee who was on it made the decision that he was a little further ahead, and they do move the chains.
Big conversion there for the Rebels. Just been night and day with their offense so far in the first and second half.
10:03 and counting to go third quarter. 24-17. Miami leads UNLV, but the Rebels have it from the RedHawk 27. Going from right to left. Receiver tight to the line right, along with the tight end. Two receivers spread to the left. Calandria fakes the handoff. Pressure coming, and Calandria is brought down. Brock Rice gets the sack for Miami. The first of the redshirt freshman's career. It's a loss of 3. Brief timeout for an injured RedHawk. Looks like Nasir Washington, or maybe Roosevelt Andrews, rather, for the RedHawks, that was down briefly but popped right back up and jogged off to the sideline on his own power.
You definitely like to see that. RedHawks certainly cannot afford another injury right now.
That is Roosevelt Andrews, the interior defensive lineman that makes his way off on his own bearings. 2nd and 13 coming up for UNLV's offense. Ball is on the 30-yard line, shaded just inside the right hash. Island right, 3 receivers left. Calandria takes the snap, looks to throw far side, pass complete, and Omire gets out of a tackle and gets outside the numbers into the red zone, and he picks up the first down.
Man, that was a missed tackle there. Looked like it was Caleb Martin. Could have been a very, very short gain for UNLV and forced a third down. Instead, they're able to move the chains once again. It's a missed opportunity there for the RedHawk D.
Gain of 14. Ball to the RedHawks, 16 on the right hash. Under 9 minutes to play, third quarter. Rebels trying to get even, down a touchdown. Calandria brings a receiver in motion from the right side to the left slot. Takes the snap, delayed handoff to Lee, and he's still going, breaking into the second level. He picks up the first down, and he's brought down by Brock Rice at the 5-yard line from behind with nobody between Lee and the end zone.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in the halftime meeting between Dan Mullen and his Rebels, but they've been able to run the ball really, really effectively to start off this third quarter.
First and goal from the 5. UNLV's offense, 77% in the red zone this year. That's near the bottom of the Mountain West. Calandria takes the snap, handoff to Lee, and maybe a yard there. They do mark him at the 4. 2nd and goal from there for UNLV, and now another injured RedHawk is down in the pile, and that's Caleb Martin, who has had a whale of a game so far for the Miami defense.
And Martin has certainly improved as the season has gone on. Really don't want another or a big loss in the secondary for Miami. Has suffered quite a few injuries today.
5 tackles for Martin, tied for 2nd on the team in this game. And the officials decide to take a full timeout. So we'll take a break here from Yager Stadium as another RedHawk is down. This time it's Caleb Martin. Miami leads at 24-17 with 7:55 to go in the third, but UNLV is on the brink. 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. 7:55 remaining in the third quarter with the score Miami 24 and UNLV 17. Alongside Brian Miller, Lucas Poley with you. Andrew Relvas on hand as well. As the RedHawks continue to lead for now, but UNLV is close. Second and goal coming up from the 4-yard line for the Rebels out of the timeout. An injury break for Caleb Martin, who was helped straight to the locker room, and he is now the third RedHawk that has needed help to get off the field in this game, and they've all really been important spots on the field. Your quarterback, Daquan Finn, has gone down with a knee injury. We saw the redshirt freshman center, Chris Manu, need help off the field as well, and now Caleb Martin, who's kind of been your top corner in this game in terms of activity, with 5 tackles leading Miami CBs. He gets helped straight to the locker room, made the short walk as he was in the north end zone, which backs right up to the RedHawks room. Important spot in the game, though, for UNLV's offense. 5 seconds past the 8-minute mark. Third quarter. Clock moving once again. Emon Lee motions from the backfield outright. 2 receivers left. Nobody in the backfield for Calandria. Pressure off the edge. Quick throw over the middle. It is brought in and hung on to for a Rebel touchdown. It's Jaden Bradley that brings it in. It's his second touchdown of the year, and UNLV is a point after away from tying the game nearly halfway through the third.
Yes, a quick slant up the middle of the field for Anthony Calandria. Wide open right in front of him. He's able to make the throw, hit him right in the chest, and he's able to hold on for the touchdown. We're an extra point away from a tied ball game.
Viella on for the extra point, and he knocks it through. 7:45 to go, third quarter, and we are tied 24-24. First time UNLV has been tied in this game since there was 10 minutes and 15 seconds left in the first. That, you remember, was when Miami took the lead with the touchdown pass from Daquan Finn to Kenny Tracy. Just one play after Anthony Calandria's interception, and he's rebounded in a big way. 16 for 25. The completion percentage is around where it normally is for a guy that completes a high percentage of his passes. He's been over 70% in every game this year. 121 yards through the air, and Calandria picks up his first passing touchdown of the ball game.
Yeah, another very effective drive for UNLV coming out of the half. UNLV with 2 drives and both almost perfectly executed. They're able to get 14 straight points and tie this ball game up. Miami desperately needs a response here.
So the RedHawks get set to receive the ball, and again, it's a Miami offense that is without Daquan Finn. Wasn't really a huge problem in the first half. Henry Hessen was pretty good, and the run game was very good as well, the best we've seen it this year. And so after Finn exited, you didn't see a ton of drop-off, but UNLV has picked things up, and they have quickly made their way back into this game. So it's taken them just over 7 minutes to go from 2 scores down to even. It's a UNLV team that was picked to finish second in the Mountain West behind preseason favorite Boise State. Broncos have had a bit of a disappointing non-conference, though, which has kind of left the door open for some talk about this UNLV team maybe winning the Mountain West this year.
Yeah, they're as talented as any group of 5 team in the country. I know Chuck Martin in his presser this week said they have many 4 and 5 stars as Rutgers and Wisconsin that they've already played this year. I mean, from a pure talent standpoint, UNLV is right up there with any opponent that Miami has played this season. It's really just a matter of bringing it all together, and it can take a little bit of time, especially with all the transfers that UNLV has brought in, but offensively, they've really showed out.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that on paper, people were frothing about in the offseason just because of who they brought in. I mean, if you follow recruiting, It was pretty shocking. About 2 or 3 years ago, if you presented this roster to somebody and said, guess who this team is, you would maybe think a Texas or an Alabama, not necessarily a UNLV, but things quieted down a little bit for the Rebels after they survived a huge scare against Idaho State, FCS opponent in week 1 that really played them tight. Rebels ultimately won by a touchdown, but since then the buzz has picked up again following a pretty comfortable win against Sam Houston, and then a win by just 1 touchdown at UCLA, but A, at the Rose Bowl, and B, one that got close late after the Rebels really dominated the first 30 minutes.
And it seems like a team that's just playing better and better as the season is going on, especially with the amount of new players. You could definitely see that.
Kickoff is brought out of the end zone by Reynolds, and he's got room making his way up the middle, and there he goes. Keith Reynolds has nobody between him and the end zone. No flags on the field, and he's in.
Let's go.
100+ yards on the kick return for Keith Reynolds. And Miami gets the huge play on ST to jump back in front. The offense gets an extended rest period, and the RedHawks make it 30-24.
Just as the energy seems like it was getting zapped out of Yager Stadium, Keith Reynolds with the play of the day, a kickoff return for a touchdown, and the RedHawks take the lead. Unbelievable. Couldn't have been a better time.
Dom Jobin on for the PAT. Snap dragged a little bit on the turf, but no problem for Jobin as he puts it through, and the RedHawks go back up by a touchdown. And again, touched on it a little bit earlier on. This is a Miami team that did not return a single kick in the first 2 weeks of the season. They were very, very conservative with an inexperienced returning unit about whether or not they actually wanted to bring kicks out. And to be honest, early in this game, you saw Chuck Martin give his team a little bit more freedom on ST and hadn't seen them really pick up a quality return. But Keith Reynolds does so in a big way. The Washington transfer rings in his Yager Stadium debut with a kick return touchdown, and the energy is back after a half quarter where it was seemingly just sapped out of this place.
It just seems very fitting that when Miami needs a play, a Chuck Martin-led squad gets a huge play on special teams. That just seems to be the way that things go for Chuck Martin in this Red Hawk program. And yeah, Keith Reynolds, his speed compares to anybody else in the country. Chuck Martin before the season, he was talking about how Keith Reynolds was one of the fastest guys when he was at the University of Washington. And it's just a matter of, getting it all out there and translating it into the football field, and a play like that will certainly get it done. What a huge play when the RedHawks needed it most.
Went very deep into the state sections in the state of California in both the 100 and 200 meter, and that is some blinding speed from Keith Reynolds as Kellen McLaughlin puts the kickoff into the end zone. And this is huge not only for the Miami offense that gets a little bit of an extended break, but now you force the UNLV offense to come out with a little less momentum than they've been used to in this quarter. They have been absolutely rolling, but find themselves down once again, and this is a major, major drive for a bit of a beat-up Miami defense.
Yeah, you really just want to force UNLV to drive it down the field. You can't have any explosive plays here.
Designed roll right for Calandria on the pass is complete outside the numbers for Reynolds. He's wide open. He does not cut back inside, though, and he's brought out of bounds at around the 43-yard line. So that goes for 18 yards, but the RedHawks may be fortunate that that wasn't even more.
Yeah.
As the first play is a biggie with nobody on the far half of the field for the RedHawk defense.
Yeah, defensive lapse in the Miami secondary. It didn't look like there was anyone within 20 yards of the receiver, and a big play for UNLV.
Now a handoff on first down, goes to the left side, and Thomas is picked up and slammed by Jackson Kuwach at the 46-yard line. But his O-line gave him a push of 3 yards, and it's 2nd and 7 with 6:45 and counting to go, third quarter, and it's Miami 31 and UNLV 24.
UNLV UNLV looking to continue their rushing success that they've already had in the second half. You're Miami. I know I mentioned it earlier, but you have to keep everything in front of you right now.
Calandria takes the snap, quick throw, tipped up in the air and intercepted. It's Hondrew again.
Oh,
he's
gone.
got nobody between him and the end zone. Adam Trick is giving him the wave sign to home plate, and he is in. Hondrew again, Miami's leader in interceptions from a year ago, catches the tipped ball from Calandria, and he runs it back to the house as the RedHawks go back up by 2 scores.
Man, what a play for Corbin Hondrew. He's able to get on top of it, right place at the right time, and he is able to stroll into the end zone. What a play for Miami. What a sequence for the RedHawks.
Adam Trick was running right alongside him, and like a third base coach, gave him the windmill all the way into the end zone. And Corbin Hondrew raised his left hand and gave a high five to the man running alongside him, his escort to the house. The RedHawks get 2 big plays in quick succession. PAT is good for Dom Jobin. And wow, another fork in the road of this game. 6:19 to go in the third. The RedHawks lead it by 14 again. It's 38-24.
How fun is this, man? What a minute and a half for this Miami RedHawks squad, as energy is the lowest point we have seen all day. You couldn't hear anything in this stadium. It was an eerie, silent crowd. And then the big play from Reynolds, and then the pick 6. And now Miami with all the momentum.
It is somewhat rare, just because of the construction of college football scheduling, to see a team come in to this stadium this early in the year, not named the Cincinnati Bearcats, and hear as much buzz about how good of a game this should be. This has lived up to the hype in front of a national audience on ESPNU this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, of course, and this has been some kind of game, and we still have about a quarter and a half of football left to play. 6:19 to go in the third quarter. Miami leads at 38-24. McLaughlin kicking into the teeth of a headwind, and it flies end over end into the UNLV end zone, where it is brought out, but tripped up, and now the ball is out as Jalen Glover stumbled and fell, and the RedHawks have the football.
Are you kidding? Well, when it rains, it pours, right?
There have just been no words to describe what has gone on to this UNLV team since they've tied the game. It was Glover who came out, and from what we could tell, he didn't even really get hit. It was the turf monster that got him on the way down, and I'm not sure on replay if we'll see the ball come free. Officials may or may not take a look at this, as Andrew Special is getting ready to make an announcement.
I'd have to imagine they would. Such a big play in this game.
And especially, again, I don't think the ball was punched out there. I think they are going to review this. I think Glover just lost it, but because the ball was not punched out like it was, he kind of tripped and sort of crumpled in on himself. Is the question is, was his backside or maybe his elbow down before he dropped the football? Again, just a weird play. And, man, this would be incredible for this Miami offense. Just to recap, the past roughly minute and a half of game time, UNLV goes down and ties the game after 2 scores in about 7 minutes. And Miami's without their starting quarterback and don't look dead to rights, but certainly look beaten back a little bit. The RedHawks get a kick return touchdown, 102 yards from Keith Reynolds. And then a couple plays later, a pick 6 from Corbin Hondrew to jump back in front 2 scores. And then this play, which the call on the field is a fumble, recovered by Miami as Jalen Glover caught the ball about at the front part of the numbers and ran it out of the end zone up the right hash. And before any of the RedHawks who were bearing down on him could arrive for a potential tackle, he stumbled on his own legs and fell. And it appeared he dropped the football, but Miami's defense is coming out onto the field.
Yeah, it certainly appears that he was down before the ball came out. Didn't get too many looks of it here on the board at Yager Stadium.
And not allowed to show reviews on the board. And his forearm was down. That's the announcement. But the referee Mike said a few issues today. It's been a little bit quiet, but so that gets overturned, but still very poor field position here for UNLV. You've got a chance for a big stand if you're Miami's defense as the Rebels start from their own 12-yard line.
Yeah, you'll absolutely take it if you're Miami. Got to force UNLV to go almost the whole length of the field now.
6:13 to go, third quarter. Miami 38, UNLV 24. Ball on the right hash, call it the 13. Calandria takes the snap, runs it to the right side for Lee, countering back in, spun around across the 15, and brought down on his back at the 18-yard line. Corbin Hondrew made the tackle for Miami after his pick 6 on the last defensive play for the RedHawks, gain of 6 at 2nd and 4.
Another strong run for UNLV, a 6-yarder there.
Starting to get that push up front. Calandria takes the snap and looks to throw into the flat. A good one-handed catch by Lee,
tackle.
But he's tackled in the open field by Blakey. Just gobbled up. He had nowhere to go and may have lost a yard there. That was a wobbly throw that was not in a close window for Lee, but he made a good catch. Did not allow Blakey to make a play on the football, but he does go back for a 1-yard loss. 3rd down and 5 for UNLV from their own 18-yard line. Calandria motions Irvin into the backfield. Now he heads back left, takes the snap, throws it out right. Lee's got the room, and he saunters up the sideline for a 1st down. Knocked out of bounds by Eli Blakey along with Tony Coleman after a pickup of 10, and it's a 1st down to the 27, 28-yard line for the Rebels.
And it looks like it was the route from Jaden Bradley that caused a bottleneck in the Miami secondary to allow the UNLV receiver to get open.
Draw run to Lee on the right side, and he shoves his way through some red jerseys to the 31-yard line on 1st down. That is a gain of 4. 2nd down and 6 coming up for UNLV as they work it right to left in the 3rd quarter. 38-24 our score, with Miami holding the upper hand.
And it really looks like UNLV is trying to emphasize the run game, really trying to wear down this Miami defensive front.
Tight bunch formation. Another tipped ball in the air off the throw by Calandria, but it falls in between Miami's 2 high safeties. Incomplete. Adrian Walker and Tony Coleman both watched that ball fall between them. Not a situation where they were looking at the other person to go get it, but another deflection by Miami's defensive front. That is their 3rd of the game, and all have caused near interceptions. One of them caused the pick 6. 3rd and 6 for the UNLV offense.
Another opportunity for this Miami defense to get off the field. Really, really need it here.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Calandria takes the snap, looks right, now facing pressure, he steps up and runs. Calandria gallops across the 35 and falls at the 38. That's enough. Needed 6 and got 7, and Calandria again gets it done with his legs. His 12th carry of the game. It's a UNLV 1st down.
And we haven't seen as many rushes from Anthony Calandria here in the 2nd half, but when he needs to get some yards, he is very, very willing and able to get them. A big conversion there for the Rebels.
It's now 42 runs for him this year. Bona fide dual threat. Thomas into the game at running back. 2 receivers wide to the left for UNLV. Delayed handoff to Thomas. Counters back inside, and he is bullied at the 40-yard line by a couple of RedHawk defenders. Malcolm McCain in on the stop for the RedHawks after a pickup of 2. Corbin Hondrew in there as well with an assist. Clock rolls towards 3 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. UNLV down 2 touchdowns, and it's 2nd and 8.
Hasn't been the best drive for Miami defensively, with a couple of chances to get off the field and they weren't able to, but I think overall you'll take the way this drive is going, just the amount of time that this is taking, especially up by 14.
Play clock into single digits. Right tackle Austin Boyd turned around to bark some orders at people. Calandria takes the snap, fakes the handoff, right, heads left, throws down the field. High catch, but shoved out of bounds. Incomplete for Bradley. Great coverage by Silas Walters. He allowed Bradley to climb the ladder and grab that football, but he got underneath him and forced him out of bounds. No chance to get a foot in. It's 3rd and 8 for the Rebs.
Yeah, we haven't called Silas Walters' name often today, but he's always able to make a big play. Usually comes up in big spots. He's able to there get the receiver out of bounds and force a 3rd down. Another opportunity here for Miami's defense.
Miami's defensive skill player of the year from last year, back for his redshirt senior season, leading this defensive group. 2.5 to go in the 3rd. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun snap for Calandria. Pocket collapsing around him. Throws a seed over the middle, and a catch is made for a 1st down. It's Reynolds for UNLV into Miami territory to the 48, and that is a huge conversion.
Man, another big-time 3rd down conversion for UNLV. It just seems like when their back's against the wall, they're able to come through. Have to be kicking yourself here, the Miami defense.
7 for 11 now on 3rd down for UNLV. Twins to the right, Island left. Calandria takes the snap, screen to the right side, catch is made, and a quick dig up the field for Omire. He is brought down by a couple of RedHawks. Oscar McWood in on the stop for Miami after a pickup of 7. 2nd down and 3 results.
Some more free yards there for UNLV, trying to get it to one of their best athletes in open space, able to get 7.
Nobody to the short side right. 3 receivers left. Calandria takes the snap, delayed handoff, and Lee got by some initial tacklers to get forward for the 1st down. He is bottled up right at the 35-yard line by a trio of RedHawks. But a good job by Lee to squirm through a couple of tacklers in the backfield. As we hit 1 minute to play in the 3rd quarter, the Rebel offense on the move to the RedHawk 35.
Yeah, it looked like the defensive line was a little over-aggressive there, trying to get the quarterback Calandria, and overshooting the running back Lee is able to get the 1st down.
Calandria goes under center here. Don't see this a lot. Thomas the back behind him. RedHawks bring the big boys up front. Play action. Calandria facing all kinds of pressure. He checks it down. Catch made in the backfield by Thomas, and he can't get away. Tackled for a big loss by Nazir Washington. Miami's defensive front almost got home, but that's essentially a sack. It goes for a 5-yard loss.
Man, I can't emphasize how big of a tackle that was for Nazir Washington. It is really, really hard to get Jay and Thomas to the ground, but he was able to do just that.
That's
what a play.
Shifty running back against a big boy. Washington's an interior defensive lineman, 6'4", 271 pounds, but did not let UNLV's top back get away. Rebels don't run another play in the 3rd quarter, and time runs out. They're behind the sticks at Miami's 40-yard line, facing a 2nd and 15 as we move into the final frame of regulation here from Oxford. This has been an awesome way to open up Miami football inside Yager Stadium this year. The RedHawks aiming for their 1st win of the season against a UNLV team looking to stay perfect. We head to the 4th quarter with our score, Miami 38 and UNLV 24. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. to the fourth with the score, Miami 38 and UNLV 24. Luke West Poley, Bryan Miller alongside. Rebels have it on the RedHawks side of the field. 2nd and 15 for the Miami 40. RedHawks led by 2 touchdowns at halftime. UNLV went out and just drag raced down the field twice to tie the game. But since then, Miami got a kick return touchdown right after UNLV's score and a pick six a couple plays later. UNLV now desperate for an answer. On 2nd and 15, Calandria takes the snap, throws low on the run to the far side. Pass is complete near the original sticks to Omire. And the former 4-star recruit makes his way out of bounds at the 33-yard line. Got an extra stretch on the end of it to pick up 7. 3rd down and 8 coming up for the UNLV offense.
Yeah, now it feels like Groundhog Day for the Miami defense, but another chance to get off the field. UNLV already with 3 third-down conversions on this drive.
They're 7 for 11 on the game. Calandria takes a belt-high snap. Pressure coming. Calandria throws off his back foot. Pass complete. Short of the sticks. A duck back inside for a first down. All the way inside the 10 for Jaden Bradley. Oh, Calandria with a fadeaway jumper on a broken play. Again, Miami's pass rush nearly gets home, but UNLV gets a big 3rd down conversion, and now they go hurry up. Calandria fakes the handoff, keeps himself, and the RedHawks get back there. Good work up front by Josh Lacuza. A former All-State selection from Withrow High School in Cincinnati makes the stop. 2nd down and goal following a modest loss. Officially no gain. But the ball just inside the right hash. UNLV going left to right now in the 4th, and the ball on the 9-yard line.
UNLV hurried it up on that first down, now slowing it down a little bit. You would think they have 3 plays to try to get it in the end zone. Down 14, I wouldn't anticipate a field goal attempt here.
Calandria looks to his sideline. Now he steps up, right foot in front of his left, takes the snap, looks right, throws right to the end zone, over top the target, incomplete. He was looking for Reynolds. Adrian Walker, the true freshman from Miami's pipeline of Belleville High School in the state of Michigan, on the coverage. Maybe a hair overthrown, not a ton of separation there, and it's 3rd down and goal.
Yeah, you mentioned Walker coming from Belleville High School, one of the best in the state of Michigan, playing very fearless right now, able to do just enough to cause the incompletion. Reynolds looking for a flag there. He wasn't able to get it.
It's been a DB factory, same high school as Michael Yarborough for this RedHawks secondary. 3 receivers left, nobody right. Calandria, play fake, throws a bullet over the middle to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown Rebels. Tayshawn Lyons brings it in. And UNLV just continues to roll this RedHawk defense on 3rd downs. They punch it in the end zone.
5 third-down conversions in one drive. Man, that is incredible. Very impressive drive there for UNLV. A great throw there from Anthony Calandria.
PAT unit out there. Ramon Viella sends a rainbow through the sticks. And that makes it a 7-point game once again. We didn't think either of these 2 teams would lay down when it's felt like the game has reached a tipping point for either side. Both teams have gone out and made a play or put together a drive, done something to keep this tight. 13-13 to go in the 4th quarter. And the score, Miami 38 and UNLV 31. RedHawk offense set to get the ball when we come back. And you're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. 13-13 remaining in the fourth quarter. Who's that number lucky for? The folks from Vegas or the folks from Oxford? We'll have to see. It's 38-31 Miami. And this game has just taken so many different winding routes. We've seen 2 pick sixes, a kick return touchdown. But man, a lot of credit goes out to this UNLV offense after they had lost all the momentum they picked up in a flash following the kick return TD and the pick six within a few plays. They thought they wouldn't even come on the field after a fumble on the ensuing kickoff following Miami's second touchdown of the half. But it was overturned on review. UNLV stuck it out in difficult field position inside their own 15-yard line and went down the field going 87 yards for a touchdown on the drive, and they're back within a score.
Yeah, just a really back and forth game, just fitting with the Vegas theme. We saw the fight last week between Canelo and Crawford. This has really felt like a title fight here today at Yager Stadium. Both these teams going blow for blow. This is going to be a really entertaining finish.
Kickoff flies into the end zone, lands on the first eye in Miami. The RedHawks will start from the 25-yard line. A lot of the UNLV players were ringside at that match. And Mullen talked about that earlier in the week, about the sort of creative NIL you have in a very unique situation being in Las Vegas.
I think he said like 30 to 40 members of the UNLV team, the players or staff, were at that fight last week. They actually moved the game. They were supposed to play Idaho State last weekend. They moved it to week 0 in order to put that fight in Allegiant Stadium.
2 receivers either side for Hessen from the 25. Ball in the middle of the field. Tracy's the back to his left. Hessen, one clap, takes a high snap, hands off Tracy, and he gets gobbled. Eaten up in the backfield. There's some extracurriculars after the fact, but officials do well to break that up pretty quickly. Chief Borders swarmed in there. The journeyman, who's on his 4th different FBS school, makes the stop for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, he was right on it there. Miami in a 2nd and long situation. Miami's offense can't be afraid to let Henry Hessen throw the ball a little bit.
2nd and 12 for their own 23. Tracy swaps sides. He stands at his quarterback's left. RedHawks hand it to Tracy. And he pokes through the right side of the line. Back to the original line of scrimmage. Extra push gets him a 3rd yard. Down at the 26-yard line for the RedHawks. 3rd down and 9 results for Miami.
Really feels like Miami can't afford to get a 3 and out here and already give the ball back to UNLV. It's been a bit of a struggle for the RedHawks offense today, just 1 for 6 on 3rd downs.
Hessen steps up to his line, has some orders. 6-man front for UNLV. 3 receivers left, 1 to the short side right. Tracy backpedals to his quarterback's left. Handoff goes to Tracy, and he gets met immediately and dropped. It was Borders again in there with Marcel McDuffie for UNLV. 1-yard loss, and the RedHawks go 3 and out.
And 3 straight runs as well, trying to catch the UNLV defense slipping a little bit, trying to run up the middle. It did not work. The UNLV defensive line all over it. It's a good drive for them, and Miami's defense will have to step up on this next drive.
That appeared to be a read for Henry Hessen, and he made a slow decision, and Chuck Martin made a beeline right to him as he went to the sideline and let him know how he felt.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder how much time Henry Hessen has had with the number 1s throughout practice. Could be something to keep an eye on as this game winds down.
Here's Stainton Fields, a snap that goes to his right, and he shanks this kick. Pops it basically straight up. It does not arrive at the return man and lands at the RedHawk 49. It bounces over midfield, but also crosses the UNLV sideline in the same breath. So good field position for the Rebels. Question is, splitting hairs by a yard, if they actually start this in Miami territory or not. They give the RedHawks a small benefit and put UNLV at the 49-yard line, which is where that ball landed out of bounds on their own half of the field. But still very good field position for the Rebels as they try again to come back from 2 scores down. And we have reached a timeout on the field. 10:52 remaining in the 4th quarter. Miami leads UNLV 38-31, and the Rebels have it at their own 49 to start the drive when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .10:52 remaining in the game, and the UNLV defense comes up with a huge stop. After the touchdown, Miami goes 3 and out, and after a shanked punt following a less than ideal snap, UNLV's got it 1 yard short of midfield from their own 49. Calandria stands in the gun. The Rebels are down a touchdown with just under 11 minutes to go. Delayed handoff goes up the middle, and into the secondary goes the running back in Thomas. He's finally dragged down inside the red zone at around the 15-yard line.
Just an incredible second half for Jaden Thomas. At halftime, he had just 5 yards rushing, and now up to 90 plus. Just an incredible second half for him. Couldn't hold him down for too long.
Adrian Walker made the touchdown-saving tackle, but UNLV's in the red zone after a pickup of 31 to the Miami 18-yard line. The last thing you wanted for the Red Hawk defense, of course, was a score, but to allow UNLV to score quickly. Now they're already in the red zone. Calandria fields the snap. Again, a delayed handoff. This time the Red Hawks ready for it. That's Lee instead of Thomas. And he gets a push for about 2 yards. Stopped at the 16 by Adam Trick. We move under 10 minutes to play. UNLV trails by a touchdown. They once trailed by 14 and stormed back to start this half. 2nd down and 8 with the ball between the hashes.
Yeah, it feels like the only way for this Miami defense to get a stop right now is getting a turnover. 2 pick sixes already. Has been what they have contributed the most here today.
Calandria lined up just in front of his running back. That's Lee. Motions him out wide, takes the snap, looks left. Calandria steps up, he stumbles and falls down. Nearly dropped the football, wow. But he army crawls back to the original line of scrimmage. By Miami, I'm not entirely convinced that he stayed up there. And maybe that could have been a loss of a couple of yards more than it was. Instead, it's just a loss of 2, but it's 3rd down and 10. And Miami has struggled in this juncture in the game, but this is the most important 3rd down for their defense this afternoon. 3rd and 10. Calandria takes the snap and he hands it off. Lee has a push, and Lee has the 1st down and more, still going inside the 5, and he is tugged down at the 1-yard line after the last-ditch attempt from Devin Bell. 17-yard pickup.
Running out of words to describe this UNLV rushing offense in the second half. This O-line is getting a ton of push on the Red Hawk defensive line. Really, really just wearing them down.
They crossed the 200-yard mark on the ground with that run. First and goal from the 1, just over 8 minutes to play. Calandria takes the snap, handoff, Lee, met at the line and dropped. They get him for a 1-yard loss. And UNLV makes some changes to the personnel as they bring Thomas back into the game.
Good stop there for Miami, able to push them back 1 yard. Gonna have to do it 3 more times.
RedHawks make some subs. UNLV goes for a full huddle. Second and goal from the 2. 7.5 minutes to play. Rebels down a touchdown. I formation for UNLV. They hand it off. Thomas did not get there. He's met again at the line of scrimmage. The final effort gets him a yard, but he needed 2, and it's 3rd and goal for UNLV now from the 1.
Yeah, again, another opportunity for this Miami defense. Now, you would have to assume UNLV is going to have 2 plays here to try to score. I really, really doubt they would try a field goal, especially at the 1-yard line, but another opportunity for this Red Hawk D. Can they make one more play?
I formation again, handoff to Lee. He gets close and he's in. Kayvon Lee rushes it for a yard for a UNLV touchdown. Miami's defensive front got into the backfield again there, but Lee found a small wrinkle and broke the plane. And the Rebels, for the second time, are a PAT away from tying the game after trailing by 14.
And down by 14, this UNLV offense just never quit. They never gave up. They continue to just go right down the field with their outstanding rushing attack. And they're a point away from tying it up.
Ramon Viela's extra point, right through, down the middle, and the Rebels have tied it. 6:50 to go, set up by good field position. UNLV goes 51 yards on the drive, and they have evened the game at 38. We'll take a timeout. Miami's offense set to get the ball back with just under 7 minutes to play in a tie ball game. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Don't go anywhere. 6:50 to go, and a 51-yard drive for UNLV has tied the game. Kayvon Lee rushes it into the end zone, 215 yards now on the ground for the Rebels. They've come back from down 14 on 2 separate occasions. Miami's offense set to get the ball back following a 3-and-out, but Bryan, that is something that absolutely cannot happen in this spot. You feel this is a situation you need to take almost all that time off the clock.
Yeah, well, first of all, you have to score, obviously. That's objective number one. But, yeah, you mentioned it, Luke. With 6:50 left and the way this UNLV offense has been rolling, seems like you need to take as much time off the clock as possible.
Kickoff lands in the end zone for a touchback. And the Red Hawk offense, again, led by Henry Hessen on the field. We have seen Chuck Martin go much more heavily to his run game. He's not really allowed Hessen to let it rip in the second half. I believe he's yet to complete a pass in half number 2, if this is correct, in front of me. 2 receivers on either side. Tracy's the back. 4-man front for UNLV. They've got a 5th on the right side of the line from the linebacking core. Hessen-Clapson takes the snap. Handoff for Tracy. He's got room. Tracy's got to block up the left hash. Cuts it back towards the middle of the field. And Tracy is brought down at the 39-yard line. That'll play. 14-yard pickup on the first play of the drive for Kenny Tracy.
Yeah, that's exactly the start you're looking for if you're the Miami offense. Getting a big gain in the run game, and now you get to milk some of the clock off as well.
Under 6.5 to play. We're tied at 38. RedHawks with that run past 100 yards on the ground. They had 117 in the game against Rutgers. Tracy to Hessen's left. 2 receivers on both sides as well. Now they fake the run. Throw over the middle is batted back towards Hessen. He lets it fall over his head. Incomplete. I think that may have been Chief Borders again, who has been a home wrecker up front for this UNLV defense. Clock stops at 6:10 remaining, 2nd and 10 coming up for the RedHawks.
Yeah, Borders having a whale of a game so far. It looked like Hessen was trying to find Cam Perry up the middle. Who's going to have some open space in front of him. A big, big play there by Borders.
Hessen out of the gun again. 1 receiver tight to the line left, 1 further out wide. Receivers evenly split on the right side. Hessen takes the snap and looks to the air. Now he checks it down. Tracy makes the catch. He's got blockers. Tracy sidesteps towards the outside, and he is pushed across midfield with the tackle finally made by Jaheim Joseph, the West Virginia transfer, who was formerly at Northwestern when Avion Smith and the RedHawks beat him a few years ago. That is a big first down. UNLV staff, I think, wanted a holding penalty on the tail end of that run, throw and catch, but didn't get one.
Yeah, it was a great block there by Greg Smith Jr. I could certainly understand why they would ask for the hold, but Miami will certainly take it.
5:32 remaining. RedHawks marked at midfield. Extra tight end in the backfield. Handoff goes to Josh Ringer, and the redshirt freshman pushes across midfield, but not much further. He gets a yard. Ringer's 2nd touch of the game. Just the 2nd running back to get carries for Miami, who, again, in Chuck Martin's history, we've seen regularly go 3-4 guys deep out of the backfield.
Yeah, no Jordan Brunson so far today. No Deshaunte Jones either. Josh Ringer getting a lot of those 2nd running back carries. Saw that at Wisconsin as well.
Pistol formation with a tight end on the right side of Hessen, who fakes the run, throws it to the near side to said tight end, and Brian Shane is dropped right away. Good coverage by Blessing Alualu Tuilemuto.
He has a great tackle by him. Definitely saved quite a few yards. Luke, I know you've been waiting to say that name all week as well. Big 3rd down here for Miami.
The sophomore from Hawaii makes the stop. 4:23 left in the game. 3rd down and 9 for the Miami offense. 2 receivers spread out right. 2 tight to the line left. Tracy, the running back. 3-man front. Snap to Hessen. He throws to the outside. Pass complete to Perry. He is so close, but he's just a yard short. Great play by Andrew Powdrill to not let him get that extra reach, and it is decision time for Chuck Martin as the clock set to move under 3.5 to play. Miami is keeping the offense on the field.
Yeah, even with the reach, Perry just a yard short, and honestly, I don't think it's much of a decision here with the way UNLV's offense is playing. Gotta trust your big boys up front.
Hessen's out of the gun. He steps further up, has a check at the line. Play clock at 5. Colsey brought in motion. He sets up tight to the line. Hessen takes the snap. Handoff to Tracy. He and Hessen both drive forward and get the first down. Well, that may have been a read, and we have seen that from Miami's backup be all but clean, and it was again, but I guess you give the carry to Tracy there because he was the one who ended up with the football. They kind of both had their hands on it as they tore that ball through the line of scrimmage, and they get the necessary yardage to the 38-yard line with the clock moving under 3 minutes to go. Tie ball game, and Miami on UNLV's half.
Man, the ultimate team sport sometimes.
Hessen out of the gun. 4-man front for the Rebels. Tracy still in the game. Handoff goes to him. Tracy has a lane up the middle, and he shuffles to the left and is still on his feet. Tracy around the left edge. He's pulled down from behind, and the ball is out, and UNLV gets on it.
Man. Unreal.
Inside the 20-yard line. Just as things were going the RedHawks' way, the ball is punched free from Kenny Tracy, and Miami's defense now comes out onto the field with 2:32 remaining.
And that was looking like such an outstanding run for Kenny Tracy as well. And it looks like a Rebel defender just absolutely ripped it from him. Man, that is just a tough, tough break.
After he got to the second level, that puts you in comfortable Dom Jobin field goal range. But again, we have just never known today how this game would go, regardless of how late we get. And we're still that way. UNLV's offense comes onto the field. That was without a doubt a fumble, by the way. There was no chance for a review. Everything is looked at, and that ball pretty visibly came out before Tracy went to the ground.
Yeah, that was as clear as it gets, unfortunately.
2:32 remaining. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 1st and 10, UNLV. Ball on their own 17-yard line on the right hash. Calandria takes the snap. Design roll left. Sets his feet. Throws it down the far sideline. Over the top, incomplete. There was some safety help there for Miami. And Adrian Walker had that throw been maybe a bit more towards the actual receiver. Walker could have maybe made a break on it. It was Walker along with his high school teammate, Michael Yarborough, with the coverage.
Yeah, if that was just a little further up the field, that could have been enough for Walker to make the play, but 2nd and long here for UNLV, and this crowd's starting to get into it.
Chuck Martin has walked to the back of Miami's sideline and is hyping the crowd up. He's not even facing the field. 2:26 remaining. 2nd and 10 for UNLV from their own 17. Tie ball game. 3 receivers to the left, nobody out right. Design keeper Calandria trying to get around the edge. Lays a stiff arm on Blakey, but Blakey gets enough to force him out of bounds after a short pickup to the 21. It's a gain of 4. Clock stops with Calandria heading out of bounds. I checked that, rather. It stops until they set the football. And the clock rolls again. 3rd down and 6 for the UNLV offense. I'd be shocked if Dan Mullen tells his team to snap this before the timeout.
I don't think they're going to. Gives more time for each squad to think about it. It's going to be the play of the game.
Well, the whistles blow, and we get to the 2-minute timeout. UNLV with a game-saving turnover inside their own red zone. Now they face a 3rd down and 6 from their own 21. This has been the area where Miami's defense just couldn't get the stop today. That could all be washed away with a clutch one here. So 38-38, and both teams head to their respective huddles. UNLV is 11 for 15 on 3rd down in this game. That is absolutely eye-popping.
And it was a struggle last week or a couple weeks ago, I should say, for Miami as well. They gave up 7 out of 10 on 3rd down to Rutgers. And going back to the boxing analogy that I mentioned earlier, you could be down in the fight, getting beat up on, but all you need, Luke, is one knockout punch to get the win. And for Miami, they have a chance right here on 3rd and 6 to do just that and get it back to your offense. All you need is one play.
Opponents converting 58% of their 3rd downs against Miami through the first couple of games. That is 3rd from the bottom in the MAC. Again, Miami could wash all of this away with a big stop here. And again, despite the turnover, you've still got UNLV pinned pretty deep. And with all 3 timeouts, not to get too far ahead of yourselves, but there would be a shot to get this thing done in regulation.
And honestly, with Dan Mullen, if it's close, if it's a 4th and 1, 4th and 2, I wouldn't be shocked if he tries to go for it.
Wouldn't
honestly.
either. The way that his team has moved the ball, the way that really both offenses have moved the ball, would not shock me at all.
Yeah, I would certainly understand it. I think you have plenty of options here if you're the UNLV offense as far as running or throwing. I think most of the time you would throw in this situation, but with the way you've been running the ball, especially in the second half, and with, I would say, your best player, Jaden Thomas, with 116 yards today, most of them coming in the 3rd and 4th quarter today, I think I'd just give him the rock once again.
5.6 yards per carry from this UNLV rushing attack in the game. And again, that's about what you need here. 3rd down and 6 from their own 21. And just taking 1 second while we have the time to step back and reflect. This has been an incredible game this afternoon.
It certainly has lived up to the hype. Don't often see, I know you mentioned it earlier, don't often see a home game from Miami outside of the Cincinnati Bearcats get the hype that this game has gotten. It has lived up to it and then some.
The 2-minute timeout put a bit of a damper on Miami's crowd, of course, who had to sit back down in their seats after starting to get loud. RedHawks sideline urging them to use their voices again. 3rd down and 6 for the Rebels from their own 21. Calandria out with the offense. Kayvon Lee is the back. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Miami loads the box. They've got 6 in there. Calandria takes the snap, back to throw with time to the far side. He's got a man on a deep play to the far sideline into RedHawk territory. It's Jaden Bradley who got an ounce of separation from Michael Yarborough, and that was all Anthony Calandria needed.
What a throw from the quarterback, Calandria. Bradley, the go-to guy for him this season, has the most receptions and yards for the Rebels today, and he certainly adds to that total there.
Not in field goal range yet. The marking is at the 42-yard line. Bradley headed out of bounds, so the clock is stopped 7 minutes after the 2-minute break. Snap to Calandria. He hands it off. Thomas tries to counter it inside. RedHawks tried to punch the ball free, but they get him instead for no gain. And now Chuck Martin is calling timeouts.
Just so important for this Miami defensive line to hold strong. UNLV just out of field goal range, and if you're Miami, you need to keep them outside of that range.
Wind has died down. That is fortunate for UNLV as they go left to right into the open end of the stadium where there would have been a headwind pretty much all afternoon until this quarter. Second down and 10 for the Rebels. Ramon Villela, the walk-on kicker, first-year starter. He's a sophomore from the state of California. Struggled in his first game kicking field goals for UNLV. He went 1 for 3 against Idaho State. But he has made both of his kicks since then, including a career-long 50-yarder made in the UCLA game. If UNLV wanted to get him to that 50 mark, they would need to get 9 more yards, which in that case you might consider maybe even pushing to go for it on the edge of his range. So
yeah,
probably a situation where UNLV needs another first down. Calandria out in the shotgun. Takes the snap and looks to throw. Pressure off the edge. Throws down the far side. There's a man wide open. It's Bradley again as Eli Blakey gets back on him and brings him down inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line. Rather, that's O'Meara that had the catch for UNLV, but that is a collapse from the Miami secondary. Chuck Martin, I believe, just called another timeout. Or did he? He did not. Clock continues to move. And now UNLV can essentially just run this out.
Yeah, I think if you're Miami, I know it's kind of weird to say, but I think you're in a situation where you let them score a touchdown to give more time for your offense.
This is a chip shot. And Dan Mullen, meanwhile, has his quarterback, Anthony Calandria, right next to him on the sideline. I don't think UNLV is going to snap this. Play clock down to 2-1. There's the timeout from Dan Mullen. 1:13 remaining in the game. This would be a 23-yarder from here. And again, with the first down, Miami cannot stop the clock 3 times and guarantee that they get the ball back.
Yeah, there wouldn't be too much time for them left. It should be around 30 seconds or so, maybe a little less than that. Man, just the amount of clutch throws from Anthony Calandria today. He's having an outstanding game, especially in the biggest moments. Man.
Kid's a gamer. Went to Virginia, didn't have a ton of success. That's been a program that's been in just kind of ACC purgatory over the last couple of years, and had the chance to come out to UNLV, going from a Power 4 to a G5 program and not even being guaranteed a starting spot either,
Yeah,
and he
don't
went
see
out
that
and won it.
often.
Again, it speaks to the pockets this UNLV team has, but of course the situation that A, Barry Odom built, and B, that Dan Mullen is trying to continue. So the ball's on the 6-yard line. We're tied at 38, 74 seconds remaining. UNLV just puts one man wide either side with an extra tight end. Snap to Calandria. He heads around the right side, and Miami brings him down for a loss. Chuck Martin signals for a timeout. Michael Yarborough got him for a loss of about 3. But for UNLV, you've got plenty of room to go backwards here. Honestly, may want to a little bit more to make things more comfortable on your kicker. They add an extra second to the clock. 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining. Miami's got one timeout left. But for UNLV, the situation now is likely to just get this to whatever hash Ramon Villela prefers.
Yeah.
I will say the last time Miami played a game that was this up and down the field and this crazy was probably the Cincinnati game 2 years ago. And
That's
if you
what I
remember
was
what
thinking.
happened back then, Miami allowed a back-breaking play with very little time left, just like today. It was a fake punt for Cincinnati on their own half of the field that set up a game-winning chip shot field goal. Miami blocked it, won the game in overtime for the signature win of the Chuck Martin era.
I believe both those games involve a first-year coach on the opposing team.
Yep. That was early in the Scott Centerfield tenure a couple years ago. Handoff goes down the right side for Jaden Thomas for UNLV, and he twirls to the 6. Brought down after a pickup of 2 yards. Miami calls their final timeout. So the RedHawks will get the ball back. 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. You'll have about 20 seconds left to do something, but you won't have any timeouts. You have got to bring the house and try to block this, it appears.
Yeah, it certainly appears that way, and as you mentioned, Luke, we've seen it before. We'll see if they have one more special teams moment for Chuck Martin's squad. With the amount of time and emphasis that Chuck Martin puts into special teams, it's for moments like this, right? Try to save yourself out of a very dangerous situation.
UNLV being called back on the field. 38-38 with 1:06 remaining. They've got a 3rd and goal from the Miami 6. RedHawks out of timeouts. Again, we may see Calandria just take this, mosey to one side or the other, and then slide. Chuck Martin is signaling for everybody to get in the box. They hand it off to Lee. Miami trying to pry that ball out. Lee is not giving. And the RedHawks do circle him up at the 5-yard line. Play clock moving. It's separated from the game clock by 18 seconds. So you're only going to have around now probably 15 or so seconds, including the field goal, as UNLV puts things on the shoulders of their sophomore kicker, Ramon Villela. Made a 50-yarder last week. Sophomore from Upland, California. Walk-on punter and kicker who's taken over this year. UNLV is huddling, but there's 5 seconds on the play clock. Dan Mullen is standing right next to the far side official. 3 seconds, 2 and 1. Timeout call. 18 seconds remain on the play clock, on the game clock rather. It continued to run for a couple seconds. They will probably tack that time back on.
You'd hope so.
Chuck Martin is putting 2 fingers up in the air, the official signaling that same thing.
Yeah,
And
they changed
the
it.
the officiating crew was all over it. 18 seconds remaining, and this will be a 22-yard field goal for Ramon Villela. Miami's special teams unit has been one of the best in the nation over the last few years. To their credit on the other side, though, so has UNLV's.
Yeah.
That really special season a couple years ago where Miami led the nation in special teams efficiency. You can guess who was second the entirety of that season. So here comes the sophomore kicker, Ramon Villela from the right hash. They back him up an extra yard to get that room ideally over the block. It's a 23-yard attempt as the wind has picked up back in his face. For the lead with 18 seconds to go. Clean snap, clean hold. The kick is on the way, and it is good. 15 seconds remain. And now the RedHawks will need a miracle to pick up their first win of the year.
Well, do have a kickoff return for a touchdown today.
That's true. I would be shocked if
Yeah, so
UNLV
would I.
kicks this at Keith Reynolds.
So would I. I mean, honestly, if you're UNLV, I think you'd rather just kick it out of bounds than kick it to Keith Reynolds again.
100%
in all
agree.
honesty.
And again, Miami has really, really struggled with finding quarterbacks, specifically backups that have arm strength. When you think about the Gabbert injuries, and we already talked about it earlier on, when Brett Gabbert was not in the game, the RedHawks had basically no ability to get the ball down the field. And in a situation like this, that's what you need. You can maybe attack the sideline twice. If you go quick, you don't have any timeouts. RedHawks bring Keith Reynolds back deep. Try to see, doesn't look like Miami's really trying to hide anyone anywhere that's potentially dangerous further up the field for a return. And now the question is, how will UNLV kick this? It is not Ramon Villela, but instead Caden Costa that's kicking it off for the Rebels. Sets the ball on the tee. Costa's kick is away, a slow squibber that pops up in the air. It is received by the RedHawks at about the 28-yard line and brought out to about the 36. Ooh,
Interesting.
I think that was, who was it for Miami? Was it Tyler Dekos potentially that had a chance to grab that ball around the 40-yard line? And you understand the tendency to back away from it in a normal situation and just let your guys handle it behind you, but he could have ran that out to around midfield, it appeared. You still have decent field position, and with only 4 seconds coming off the clock, you maybe have an outside shot at still getting 2 plays in here, but it's RedHawk ball from the 36-yard line with no timeouts. They're down by 3, 11 seconds remaining.
You have 1, maybe 2 plays from scrimmage.
Trips left, 1 out right. Hessen takes the snap, looking to the left side, stepping, throwing that way, and the catch is made into plus territory by the RedHawks. They've got 4 seconds left. It was made by Dion Colsey. Fire drill to get up to the line for Miami. They got to get this clocked. Hessen stepping up. The ball's at the 41. Clock moving once again. Hessen takes it and spikes it. Wow, that was very well executed by Miami.
Yeah, very, very well done, especially with 3 receivers left. It's an easy formation for everyone to get back in the same exact spot.
How
and
about
get
this?
The spike,
The
and
RedHawks
they're going to
are
have a shot.
Going to bring the field goal unit out. It's not Dom Jobin, but instead the kickoff specialist, Kellen McLaughlin. We heard this from Chuck Martin last year. If it's a longer kick, he might go with McLaughlin. Big tailwind for him as well. This is from 57 yards away from the left hash. For the tie. Clean snap.
Oh,
no, it's bobbled. RedHawks run it out right. Throw goes to the far side. It's intercepted. And UNLV has won the game as the Rebels slide it down to end the ball game. Well, you executed as good as you could have offensively at the end there. The snap was fine, but the hold by Carter Holden, the redshirt freshman, was bobbled. And that is so unfortunate at the end. You don't give your kicker a chance to at least try to blast it with the tailwind to tie the game.
And we'll never know. That's the worst
Yep.
part. Man,
Had he missed the kick, I think you could have
you could have lived with
fallen
it,
asleep
but
at night.
man,
but
we'll never know.
That is a tough one, and I'm sure Kellen McLaughlin, as disappointed as anybody in this building right now, as he didn't get a chance to swing the leg. UNLV wins one of the best group of 5 matchups you'll see all year long, and hey, with this win, this Rebels team's playoff chances are very, very much alive and well. They have survived multiple scares. First, to a lower tier opponent. They survived a major comeback bid from UCLA last week, and now tonight they come from behind to win it. Final score 41-38. Well, this is going to be a big couple weeks for this Miami team, who could very easily hang their heads after what happened today. You had multiple 2-score leads and you lost your starting quarterback. Looking at some of the things you come out of this game with now that you've come up short, this feels like a really difficult loss to swallow. But again, Chuck Martin has proven himself to be as good as any coach in college football at figuring out a way to turn things around in the middle of the season, and that's what these next couple weeks are for Miami.
It's what they do, right? 1-4 start last year, and then they rip off 7 straight to end the year and make it back to Detroit for the MAC championship. Everything's still ahead of you as far as conference play goes. And I mean, I know it's tough to say now, but there are a lot of positives you could take from this game. I'm sure the team's probably not looking at it that way right now, but there's a lot that you could take away, especially offensively. And with another week of Henry Heston, assuming he starts next week against Lindenwood, more time for him to get warmed up with the number ones and get adjusted with the offense.
Again, we'll have to check with Chuck Martin on Monday what the status is of DeQuan Finn, but the outlook was not great when he exited the game, and so we'll have to see. Miami drops this one by a final score of 41-38. And again, we are on the air with you next, coming up a week from today. Next Saturday, coverage beginning with the Red Hawk Radio Kickoff show at 2:30, pregame at 3, and a 3:30 kick as Miami looks to pick up their first win of the year. The Lindenwood Lions make the 5-hour drive from St. Louis to Oxford to take on the Red Hawks next weekend. And we will talk to you then. Andrew Relvas has your postgame show to get you wrapped up after the break. But that will finish things off for us. From my partner, Bryan Miller, rest of our Red Hawk Radio crew. Luke West Poley signing off from Yager Stadium, where, again, your final score, UNLV 41 and Miami 38. Thanks for tuning into this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. We'll see you next week.
Welcome to the Red Hawk Radio post-game show. My name is Andrew Relvas. Final from Yager Stadium in Oxford, Ohio. UNLV 41 and Miami 38. For Miami, they ended up surrendering 17 straight points after being up by 2 scores in that third quarter, surrendering 17 straight and falling to UNLV. They are now 0-3 on a 3-game losing streak and falling at home for the first time this season. Now there were a couple of big plays in that one for Miami. First of all, that fumble by Kenny Tracy nearing the 2-minute mark, that was certainly a crucial turning point in that game. That was a drive where Miami could essentially, if they kept that ball alive, they could have kept it alive and go for the game-winning field goal. Instead, they turned the ball over, and then the defense gives up the chunk play over on the far side to Jaden Bradley. And after that, the field goal, of course, from Villiella was good. But a tough one to drop for the RedHawks. There were also a couple of other drives for Miami where the offense just kind of stalled out, and facing a UNLV team that has survived a lot of scares like that, you are certainly got to take advantage of that, and they unfortunately did not. So it ends 41-38. The top scorers, the top stat leaders on both sides. For Anthony Calandra, he went 29 for 44, 293 yards in the air for 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. On the ground for UNLV, Jaden Thomas, 14 carries, 118 yards, along with a touchdown. Anthony Calandra had 79 rushing yards on the ground as well, along with Kevon Lee for 49 and a touchdown. For Miami, of course, the big question next week will be if we see DeQuan Finn coming back or if it'll be the Henry Hessen show. Hessen ended the game 8 for 17, a touchdown, an interception, and 134 yards in the air. DeQuan Finn left after that second quarter, went 7 for 13, 131, and 2 touchdowns, along with an interception. On the ground for Miami, it was Kenny Tracy, 16 carries, 107 yards, and no touchdowns. He had himself a game, but that fumble certainly looms large in this one. On UNLV receiving-wise, Jaden Bradley he had 7 receptions for 93 yards and a touchdown. Troy O'Meara had 6 receptions for 76 yards. And turning over to Miami, Cam Perry, over 100 yards again, back-to-back weeks. 5 receptions, 122 yards. And for Kenny Tracy, 6 receptions, 84 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Now turning it over defensively, Marcel McDuffie led the tacklers for UNLV. 10 total tackles, 7 assists, and 2 TFLs, along with Jaheim Joseph having 9 total tackles and 7 solo. Over on Miami's side, it was Eli Blakey, 16 total tackles. Have yourself a game, 10 solo tackles. Corbin Andrew had 9 with 3 solo tackles, and Caleb Martin played well again in this contest. Overall, Miami loses a tough one to UNLV. They fall 41-38 in a game that was dictated in the fourth quarter. There were multiple times where Miami could close it out, 3rd and long, but they could not close out this dynamic UNLV offense. And with that, Miami falls to 0-3. UNLV's next match will be at Wyoming on October 4th, so they get a little time off, a bye week, before they face off against the Wyoming Cowboys at War Memorial Stadium in Wyoming. That'll be October 4th at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Meanwhile, for Miami, they're on tap next weekend. They'll face off against the Lindenwood Lions, an FCS team from St. Louis, next weekend on Saturday at 3:30. We hope to see you then. Thanks so much for tuning in to our Red Hawk Radio presentation of Miami football. The RedHawks fall to the Rebels 41-38 in a Saturday 12 o'clock start. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Andrew Relvas. We'll catch you next week for Lindenwood.